free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's up? Oops. What's up, Pennsylvania? Like, take that, take that, take that, take that. Yes. What's up, Pennsylvania? Y'all already know. It's your girl, Kathy's. Turn down the volume. I get it. I was telling one of the producers here, my default is loud. I don't know. Call it country. I have no idea. I'm from the country. We scream. We didn't have.
But you're -5 there, Kathy. You're good.
I know. What's up, Pennsylvania? You know, I love you guys. I'm so very grateful for the opportunity to come in and, you know, try to hold the fort down for our girl, Dawn Stensland, while she is out with family and friends. But nonetheless, how y'all doing? You know the call-in number. It is 445-5. Oh, sorry. The listener line is, I know, giving the wrong number. The listener number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Go. You can actually see me on YouTube, and I think we're posting our question that I'm going to keep this same question all throughout the week, and it is, has the U.S. lost the Iran war? Yeah, that's my question. I know who I'm talking to. I want to see if you guys can have a conversation about this. That's my question. Has the U.S. lost the Iran war? We're going to talk about it. I'm probably going to talk about it more so as I go throughout the week, maybe on Thursday, bring in a couple of guests on both sides of that question who can kind of talk to us. But hey, go to the YouTube. What is our YouTube page?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, and click the bell for notifications.
Sounds like you've said that before.
Only a couple times.
Only a couple of times. Yeah, go to YouTube. Check me out. You can also see all my guests. They're all coming in. I have a wonderful show. We have Corey Corey DeAngelis from the Heritage Foundation is going to come on. And then I just met someone who is going to become my double good girlfriend, Leah Soretti out of Mississippi. We're going to be talking about the Mississippi Miracle. She is the founder of Mississippi Ready. But right now in studio, I mean, I really love this song. You can play it the whole time. I know, right? You can't stop me. Whatever. I don't care. Because I'm not here because someone has propped me up. I'm here because I believe good people need to get engaged. And evil only prevails when good people sit around twiddling their thumbs, scrolling on Twitter, and doing nothing. That is how evil prevails, right? And let me tell you something. This whole boys and girls sports, that's evil. This whole open border and allow any and every old thing to walk right in up into your neighborhood, around your little girls, around your little boys, that's evil. That's straight out of the book. If Satan had a book of a demonic Bible, it comes straight out of that, right? But those things only continue and become as pervasive as it has because good people have decided, oh, I'm not going to think about that. One of my favorite movies, Gone with the Wind, Scarlett O'Hara. I think that's her name, right? Scarlett O'Hara. She would always say when there was something vexing, she would say, oh, I think about that tomorrow, right? I don't know. I love that movie. It's so weird. I remember saying that to a white man, and he just kind of looked at me like, Gone with the Wind is one of your favorite movies? I don't know. Yes, I loved her. And she was like, I think about that tomorrow. And that's the reason why evil prevails, is because good people, instead of looking around saying, what can I do? Let me become observant. Let me just kind of like hopscotch. Let me like double dutch. Let me just get myself ready so that I can jump in and start doing my part to preserve the greatest country in the world ever, America. But good people, what do? Oftentimes, I think about that tomorrow. Today, I'm going to the shore, right? But we got to do different. And so, yeah, you can't stop me because you didn't put me here. I didn't use any of your methods to get here. And this reminds me of my new friend who has come on the show today. You guys know him. He's a staple around here. John Alante McCauley. Hello, John.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Good. I'm having a great morning so far.
So far. Okay,
Yes.
Let me see if I can keep that going. You guys know John. He is, like I said, a staple around here. Dom Giordano has, I adore Dom, and he has, he's looking at the culture around us, and he's putting a spotlight on those who are doing more than just trying to grow a Twitter following base or influencer brand, right? You're actually putting yourself out there. You guys, John Alante McCauley, a Philadelphia-based grassroots activist with Flip Philly Red. He's been a vocal voice and I'm sure a thorn in the side of the Philadelphia City Council meetings, where he has not been shy in expressing his disdain for how they govern the city. Alante ran for PA GOP State Committee for Districts 3 and 5 in May 19th of our primary. Came a little short on that. But you came a little short on that, not because Republicans tried to come around you and rally around you. They were
Correct.
actually doing the opposite.
Yeah.
And I said to you before we got on air, I'm going to say this as affectionately as I can, but you are definitely a disruptor, which is actually a good thing. If anyone has read Clay Christensen's book, The Investor's Dilemma, disruption creates opportunities, right? So you are definitely a disruptor, and you seem to have, and I'm saying this with a great affection, you seem to have a gift for irritating everyone on the Republican side as well as the Democrat side, right? If Democrats aren't booing you now when you go to the city council meeting, you have Republicans out here calling you, someone in need of a white savior, demeaning what it is that you're doing. You're going out here, you're trying to break the narrative that Democrats have had for the past 70 years over the black vote. You're out here putting yourself out here, and you have people like Val, what's her name?
Biancanello?
Yeah, Val Biancanello. Hopefully I'm pronouncing
I
that
think that's
right.
correct.
If I'm mispronouncing it, Val, please feel free to give us a call. I will absolutely put you on 855-839-1210. But you have Val Biancanello, who is a state committee woman out here on Twitter calling Dom a white savior, trying to come and save a black man.
Mm-hmm.
Dom gave you an award for all of your active, I can't even get the word out. Your activist behavior,
Right.
activism. Oh, I couldn't even get the word out. And she calls it a stupid award. Dom just being a white savior to you. We don't want you, Alante. Go away, Alante. And this is the Republican state committee woman saying that. So I guess
Right.
my first question is, are you being irritating to everyone, both Democrat and Republican, by design? Or is it simply the cost of saying what you believe to be true?
It's a little bit of both. Seriously, I just understand my thought process in life, and would be in any field, that nobody's going to hand anything to you, and so I know that people come off like they want you to do well, but it's the old saying: people want you to do well, but never really better than them. Like everybody wants to be that person or be that, but maybe everyone didn't have the blueprint or the ideas that you have or the know-how or the courage that you had to do that. So for the simple fact that I was, see, God put me in a position to be able to go to my city council meetings. Like I wanted to do that in 2025. I was inspired by Chicago Flips Red. I was inspired by the people like Charlie Alexander in Delaware County. I saw them doing that a lot. And so but my work schedule would not allow that. But this year things changed to where God opened that opportunity up for me to go in February. And so, yes, I understand that you have to rock the boat. You can't go in there just, please give me this, please, think this way. You have to be a force of nature, and you're going to upset, the apple cart. You're going to upset both sides when you are being that force of nature.
Yeah. So, but you also said it's a little bit by design as well that you're being irritating.
Yeah, I mean, well, you gotta. I don't know if that's just I don't know how this will come off. I just don't know if that's just the man in me just being a leader of men, like just being so. I don't care who I piss off. Like people want to control you, and especially in politics, people don't say this, don't work with this person, or work with this person. They try to force you to be the image that they have in their head for the perfect politician. Like I won't be controlled. Like I tell them that all the time. Like I get, don't respond to everybody. Don't, like, everything I do has a purpose. Everything I spoke to the Lord about this. It's the conversation that I've had with him 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning about the direction that he wants me to go in. So you spend a lot of time ignoring a lot of people, a lot of advice, people who don't have the courage to do, what you're doing. I'm in the most Democratic congressional district in the whole entire country, which is the 3rd congressional district in Philadelphia. The Philly GOP intentionally and the PA GOP intentionally have not had a blueprint to try to even win over that part of Philadelphia or any part of Philadelphia. We have strongholds in Northeast. They've done a good job. Kudos to them. We have pockets in South Philly that's done a good job. But West Philly, North Philly, Southwest Philadelphia is owned by the Democrats, And so in order to come in there, I knew I had to rock the boat. I had to, shake things up. And that upset a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I often say this about geopolitical events, but I wish please and thank you was a effective strategy.
Yeah.
But how far do you think you would go with a please and thank you strategy in your neck of the woods?
It won't happen. Like Jesus flipped tables. I'm coming to flip tables. Like I don't care. Like I'm a man that want results. I got metrics. I need to meet them. I don't have
I love
time.
that.
Yeah, I don't have time to waste. People want to waste time. Like you don't. Tomorrow's not promised. I treat every year like it's my of course you want to live a long life, but I don't know. Like I'm it's do or die every year for me, and that's in my personal life, my professional life. I don't waste a day. I don't waste any hours. I don't have any more time in my day to do what I need to do anymore.
Right.
I ran out of time.
And so you're very focused.
Yeah, I'm very driven in life, and that's how I treat it. So I have a sense of urgency in everything that I'm doing.
I love it. Okay, guys, listen, you're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for our girl Dawn Stensland, but you just heard the voice of John Alante McAuley. I'm going to take a really quick break, come back, because I'm going to give the floor to Alante to share more about his story. The call-in number is 855-839-1210. See you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, hard-hitting American history podcast told through entertaining stories. As we approach America's 250th anniversary, now might be the time to go back and learn how we got here. With more than 200 episodes, you can binge your way, decade by decade, defining event to defining event, from the founding into the 20th century. Join me, Professor Greg Jackson, for History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Don Stenslin Show. Don Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
What's up, Pennsylvania? It's your girl, Kathy Barnett, sitting in for the great Don Stenslin on the Don Stenslin Show. And my guest in studio today is John Alante McAuley. Right now, we're just kind of talking a little bit about just his, your journey, your journey with the Democrat Party, your journey with the Republican Party, when you ran in the Republican primary, the Republican GOP, I don't know if it was the Philly GOP, the Philly GOP sent out a text message campaign that alerted all of the Republican voters not to vote for you. And they talked about you were convicted of a violent felony. Now, most people know, because I've heard you explain several times that you spent time in prison, but very few people know why, what happened. Right. Walk us through that chapter of your journey.
Well, this is very important because PA GOP State Committee woman recently as well, Bianca Nello, excuse me if I'm saying your last name wrong, but she also, recently put out a tweet slandering me, saying that I had allegedly stabbed somebody, or it involved a robbery with a Dunkin' Donuts, things of that nature. So you had the Philly GOP putting that out, saying it was violent, and then you have Val putting out what she put out. So it's a little bit more nuanced to that. So when you look at me, I am the image of a lot of situations in Philadelphia. You have a lot of black men who spent time in prison, unfortunately, right. And so if you are a conservative, a Republican, MAGA, and you want Philadelphia to flip, then, you would think that somebody who's like me, who's turned their life around, that you would rally behind a person like this. And, all right, what's your story? Instead of using that to attack me or try to beat me on merit, which they couldn't do. So that's why they sent out that text. My life growing up, my mom didn't raise me to be what happened, why I ended up in prison. So, growing up as a teenager, as a young man, you want to be in the streets, you want to do what's cool, everything that you're listening to, whether it be hip hop music or whatever, the blogs, all of the podcasts, you want to be that guy. You want, beautiful woman, you want a lot of money, you want it fast. You don't want to spend 12 hours at work every day. You live in a life of hedonism. You want to smoke weed, you want to go to the strip clubs, you want to live that life. So for a good 4 years of my life, probably around 2012, like I had stopped, going to work. Like I got into the streets. And so like I was selling drugs. I was, sold marijuana for a good portion of that 4 years, a little bit of cocaine at that time. So when you're living a life of hedonism, you're going to casinos 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, you're smoking weed, you're drinking syrup, you're drinking alcohol, you're going, you spend your days doing whatever, you got your time to yourself. And, you're just living a street life. It comes with a lot. And so you have people that want to take your life. You got violence that comes with that. And, you're self-medicating. And so when you're living that type of life, things happen. And so I make no excuses for what I did. So in 2016, I got arrested for 3 armed robberies. And these armed robberies, and all of this you can research. In these armed robberies, nobody was physically assaulted. Nobody got harmed. That still doesn't make it right. And so I got arrested in November of 2016. I spent 3.5 years in prison. My minimum was June 2nd of 2020. In order to make that minimum, I had to stay out of trouble, and I was able to accomplish that. So during that 3.5 years, a lot changed. Me getting closer to God. You have a lot of Muslims in jail. You got them trying to approach you. Now, I was baptized young, but I wasn't living a Christian life. So I got tested in there. You meet a lot of Bloods and Crips in there. You're meeting people from across Pennsylvania. I was in Waymart, Pennsylvania, is where I spent the majority of my time. And so, you're meeting Bloods and Crips. You're meeting people from New York. You're meeting people from New Jersey. You're meeting a lot of Muslims act as a gang inside of there. So, I had to crack open that Bible, and, I had to really work on my body. I'm detoxing in there. I'm no longer smoking weed or on, pills or any other type of drug or narcotic. And so, a lot rapidly changed. And when I came home, I decided to, really become driven. And when I went to my first Trump rally in 2024, he came to Philadelphia. I knew that was, him talking to me and saying, listen, I want you to use your capabilities to go back to your community to try to get people to, think differently, vote differently, if that's what it was, and understand the conservative lifestyle and principles and values will give us a better chance at a quality of life.
And now you came out of prison with that mindset, right?
Yes, like it started to build over time. It just
Right.
didn't happen overnight. I had to change my algorithms. I had to change my influences, people that I was listening to. So, the same music that I was listening to that, had me selling drugs and things like that. Like it wasn't attractive to me. What type of man that I wanted to be. I wanted to be a husband. I wanted to have a family. I wanted to have a house. I don't have.
But now you didn't go
Yeah.
into prison with that mindset.
No.
So coming out of prison, now you're beginning to see kernels of change. What lie did prison break for you? Like what constant lie? Because as you said earlier, Democrat Party has controlled their narrative within the Democrat Party has had a lock on the Black community. So now you go and you're living your life a certain way. You go into
Right.
prison. Now you come out, you see some changes, and it leads me to think, well, what happened? What changed? What lie was disrupted while you were in prison?
That's a great question, but it's tough to answer that because it's a lot that that happened in between that time. But if you're thinking that somebody cannot come out and be something different, and then that is a big lie right there that the world is telling you.
But a lot of people do come out
Yeah.
and don't change. What
Right.
was it about you coming out that wanted you
I just didn't
to
want any
change?
excuse. I met a lot of people before I went in that went to prison. So it wasn't, I showed up to court for people while they was, going through that. So when they came home, they always had an excuse of, I can't be successful because I'm a felon. I knew when I was coming home, I didn't want that excuse. I didn't want a victim's mentality when I came home. I didn't want to say because I'm a felon and I'm Black, I can't do X, Y, Z. I knew that I still had time. God gave me a second chance. I want to be great in life. I'm not going to have any excuses. I'm going to go win in life. So that was my mentality. I didn't want to have victim's mentality when I came home.
But you didn't have that mentality when you went into prison. So when you came out of prison, now you have that mentality. And I'm just thinking,
Right.
like, what was it about
Right.
the situation of
Right.
being in prison that would cause someone to come out saying, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Well, when you hit bottom, like, when you're at you don't
Yeah.
everything has been taken from you. God had to put me in that situation. I don't have all of the women that I used to take to Del Frisco's or Ocean Prime or go to Miami with. They're gone. All of the guys who I used to do whatever for. I always had like a lot of heart. I used to use it for the wrong reasons. So guys that I was ride or die for, they're no longer there. So they're living their life. So I don't have any ill will feeling.
Right.
But when you're in there and all you have is your mother answering the phone consistently, when you're in your mind, people talk about coming home physically because that is a risk. You might not come home, but it's more so mental. A lot of people went in, but they didn't come home mentally the same. A lot of people go in there and they're getting experimented on. They're giving you drugs for depression and psychological issues that might not be on marketing there. I stayed away from that.
Right.
You know, I kept my mind, my body, and my spirit strong so I can come home and be a whole different, improve. You know, it stopped becoming about proving people wrong, but the people who did have faith in me, I want to prove them right.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, that almost made me emotional.
Yeah.
That is like, because that is the mentality of a winner, of someone who says, listen, I'm not perfect. I have made mistakes. I'm human, and I want an opportunity to effect change, to do something positive. And then you come out of that situation, and then we start seeing you, on our algorithms, this young black man with a MAGA red cap on going into city council meetings in Philadelphia in the belly of the beast, so to speak, and giving them the business, speaking truth, but being calm and disciplined and reason, using logic, but sharing a truth that most of the people in there have never heard. Like what we're talking about on this station seems like common knowledge, common sense, but most black people have never seen a black Republican. We're like a unicorn walking into some of these spaces, and you did that before you knew anything about running for office. And it's sad when you have fellow Republicans looking at you as a threat instead of looking at you as, wow, he will do what we don't want to do. He is doing what we cannot do, and he's doing it effectively.
Right.
So let me get behind that. It is very discouraging to see Republicans take the opposite, like, oh, no, he's a threat. Let's beat up on him. Let's get him. Let's discourage him. So very crazy. You're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stenslin. This is just the beginning. Coming back, we should have Corey DeAngelis on the phone. Call me, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Thank you, Alante.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
For some people, leaving work behind can be the toughest part about going on vacation. That's because we have a hard time taking our brains out of the office.
When you're not there, you really don't know what to do with yourself.
Workplace consultant Rick Cobb says some pre-planning can lead to a stress-free vacation.
That you want to make sure that your major projects, all the things that you have responsibility for, are well in hand and you have coverage all figured out.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Come on with it. I love it. I love it. Let me know when Corey comes in, okay? But I'm so grateful. Oh, Corey's here?
Yeah, he's good to go. Yeah.
Awesome. Bring Corey on in then. I'm so grateful. Corey, how are you, my friend?
Hey, doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yes. Do you hear that echo or did just
Yeah,
me?
no, I just got that.
Okay, he just got it. Corey, thank you so much for coming in. I mean, we have really been having a real dynamic conversation. And I'm looking, I know you're not coming on to talk about the Supreme Court decision.
We won.
Did we win? Well, I see we won too. Have they said anything about birthright citizenship yet?
I haven't heard of that one yet, but I know we won girls' sports, protecting girls' sports. There we go.
I know. Give me an applause button. That's a good one, boy.
Yeah, we've been waiting on pins and needles. We knew it was going to go this way. I mean, it's pretty obvious that boys shouldn't be playing in girls' sports, but it still was a 6-3 decision. Should have been unanimous.
Yes, that's the applause. That's the applause. Okay, here's an alert. Supreme Court rules on birthright citizenship now, and I mean, it's just such a big one, Corey. I mean, I think the fate of our country rests on this birthright citizenship. Do you think I'm over-exaggerating that?
Well, I think you're right that under the Biden administration, they just allowed illegals to flood into the country so that they could basically get more Democrat voters. I mean, this is what the Democrats do in basically every policy, but we see it on immigration as well. So I haven't seen the decision. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Kathy, but it would be great. It would be great if we could control our borders.
No.
Yeah, that's what Fox is saying.
Citizenship clause. So look how this broke down. As we expected, the Chief Justice wrote this opinion. Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, Barrett, and Jackson joined. Jackson has a concurring opinion in which Sotomayor joins. Justice Kavanaugh files an opinion concurring in the judgment and dissenting in part. The dissent comes from Justice Thomas. He is joined by Gorsuch, Alito, and then Justice Gorsuch apparently has his own dissenting opinion. So it is what we expected after the arguments here, and it looks like a bit of a split, but enough of a plurality coming together to say that the executive order that the president issued very quickly upon taking office is no good, and that if people are here, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, includes people who are here illegally.
Wow.
Well, there you go. And this Kathy, this really affects the school system too, because we have another flawed decision from 1982 called the Plyler v. Doe decision, which forces states to force taxpayers to fund education for illegal immigrants. It's crazy. This is at the K through 12 level. And in that opinion, it was only 5-4. And the year after, in 1983, Justice John Roberts, who's the Chief Justice, he wrote a scathing opinion of that flawed decision, which went 5-4 last time, forcing people to pay for education for illegal immigrants. It would flip the other way, this particular decision, if it got back to the Supreme Court. And I think some states are trying to challenge that decision.
I am sick right now. This is so discouraging. I've really been praying for the nation as well. The Trump administration attorney Saucer, I was listening to much of the of the hearing at that time. During that time, he said there are over 500 birth tourism companies around the world, and their purpose is to fly people here to America so that they can give birth and then return back to the Communist Republic of China if they so want to. And it just flies in the face of the intent of the 14th Amendment that was written as an inheritance of Black people who, and their children, that, because I have the blood of slaves in me, and it just seems like such a slap in the face that the intent of the 14th Amendment that was given to me as the descendant of slaves to now just be diluted and given to the world. And it impacts my country, our country, in a very devastating manner.
And you know what, Kathy? They were trying to use the 14th Amendment to justify having boys invade women's spaces. It's crazy. I mean, this is what liberal justices do. They try to use they don't listen to what the actual text of the Constitution says. It's just, we're just going to put our thumb in the air, read the political winds of the day, and try to get what we want using the Constitution instead of listening to it. It's crazy.
So, I did not know. Well, I knew that today was the last day that that the Supreme Court had before going on their hiatus for the summer when I booked you to come on, but I didn't know the decision would come down right now. But I think this plays so well, and what I know is on the tip of your heart. I came to know you as an education advocate for our children. Corey DeAngelis, I didn't even get a chance to introduce you, is a research fellow for the Center for Education Policy at the Heritage Foundation. And this video clip that I'm going to play, I think it plays into what we're experiencing right now, because if we cannot elevate the mind of our children, our future really is toast. If you can play that clip.
Need to end this score for me.
She wore a suit, clothes that were. Who's this for? Extraordinary, but somewhat Gertrude?
No, explain what that means.
I don't know.
She wore a sahalat of clothes that were extraordinary, whatever, bro, but somewhat gooch. What does that mean? She wore a lot. Wait, she wore. Bro, I don't know, bro. Can you take the card back, please?
She wore a. Oh, baby. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were.
Yeah. Corey, I don't know if you saw this video, but it went viral of a young man at the Preparatory Charter School of Mathematics, Science, Technology, and Careers. A young man who was getting ready to graduate, and he just had a simple note card, and he went around to his fellow students who were also about to graduate, and he asked them, "Can you read this?" And the card simply reads, "She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gouchy." Gouchy.
Yeah. Hey, Kathy, to be fair, they didn't have the word reading in the name of that charter school. They had math and science. So maybe, but look, this is a well-known problem, not just in Philadelphia, but all across the country. We just had the nation's report card scores come out. And, only a fifth to a third of kids are proficient in math and reading. That means the vast majority of kids cannot read at grade level. And we spend so much money. Nationwide, we spend $21,000 a kid now. In Pennsylvania, it's actually a lot higher. Pennsylvania is one of the top 10 states for spending per student. The unions out there will never tell you that. because they'll only look at one portion of funding, the state share, as opposed to total spending per student, which is in the top 10 of states. So Pennsylvania is spending more than anybody else, basically, and they're not getting great results. And in places like Chicago, they spend $30,000 a kid. And they have 80 schools with not a single kid proficient in math. They've got like 30 schools with no kids proficient in reading.
I heard you talking about that on another show. You said there's a school in Chicago that was built for 1,000 students. It only has 27. It has 24 teachers. So it's almost like a one-to-one correlation, and not one kid in that school can read.
Exactly. You think they'd be knocking it out of the park, Kathy? This is the teachers union's dream come true. They have a one-to-one staff to student ratio. You do the quick math on their spending per student. It's about $100,000 per kid per year. They should be the #1 school in the nation. It's not a special needs school. It's a normal school. And yes, they actually, it's worse than that, Kathy. They actually have more adults than students. They have 28 employees, 27 students. It's 97% empty. They should close the dang school. Look, even if you gave a fifth of that money to the kids, give them $20,000 a kid and let them get a better education at a private school or another institution, maybe even homeschool. And then have the $80,000 either go back to the district or even better, the taxpayer. It's their money. You save taxpayers money. Wow. You could even give a little buffer to the public schools to adapt, and then the kids would be better off at $20,000 a kid as opposed to $100,000. And the teachers would be better off, Kathy. You can't forget the teachers. The teachers in the other schools that are doing a better job. Why not allocate that money to the teachers who are actually educating kids, and you wouldn't have to waste so much money on these empty buildings. Absolutely. I mean, that just goes to show you why our money's not, it goes translating to better success.
Yeah, well, it goes to show you that educating our children well is not the goal. It clearly is not the goalpost that we're aiming at.
You think it is our goal, Kathy and myself, but for the vast people who are running the dang school system, you look at Randy Weingarten, who makes over $500,000 a year. We just found out that she used $1.4 million in union dues from her members, from ordinary teachers' paychecks, to promote her book project, which calls conservatives fascist. And you look at the resolutions from the National Education Association, they read more like a declaration of war on the Trump administration than anything else. They have their priorities all out of whack. They're focused more on the LGBTs than the ABCs. So it shouldn't surprise us that you have kids marching in the streets for May Day as opposed to being in class, and then they can't read, write, or do math.
Yes, guys, listen, Corey DeAngelis, he is going to be a featured speaker at the F3 Forum, Faith, Family, Future. It's a part of an initiative of my 501c3, Seed and Roots, the F3 Forum, Faith, Family, Future. That's going to be October 24th. And we're just asking the simple question. Can Philadelphia become America's next Mississippi Miracle? If Mississippi, of all places, can do it, surely Philadelphia can do it on moving kids into a position where they thrive. Corey, thank you so much for being on with me.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kathy.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, you can find more out about Corey by going to Heritage Foundation. He is a research fellow for the Center for Education Policy. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Kathy Barnett sitting in for the great Don Stensland.
Hey, Dawn here. With gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIA-ZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
This weather won't last forever, Soon summer will be here and you'll go from always shivering to always sweating. And if your AC barely made it through last summer, Horizon Cooling's here to fix any HVAC issue now. And for a limited time, get a precision tune-up for just $79. But if you're in need of a new system, save big with up to $2,000 in free comfort upgrades plus 0% interest financing. So start now and avoid getting stuck with season passes to Sweatland. Book horizonservices.com today.
On our nation's 250th Independence Day, ask yourself, are you truly financially free? At Crash Proof Retirement, we help Americans break free from market risk, financial stress, and the fear of outliving their retirement nest egg.
Mark Dennert, this is my wife Mary. We started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2023. July 4th should serve as a reminder to everybody that when you're retired, you want to be independent from worries of the stock market. Crash Proof Retirement has provided us with financial independence from the volatility of the market. We could sleep easily knowing that we were going to make 4 or 5% minimum without the risk of losing money in bad times.
This summer, while some people may be worried about their finances, I know we're financially free from any worries through Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All righty. I mean, wow, what a jam-packed hour already that has come to an end. John Alante McGauley, thank you so much for coming and sitting with me during this hour. Guys, I know you know who Alante is. He's a Philadelphia-based grassroots activist with Flip Philly Red. He's been very vocal at the Philadelphia City Council meetings, where he has not been shy about expressing his disdain for how they govern the city. Thank you so much for doing what I'm not doing. I'm not going onto the streets of Philadelphia. I'm not going into the Philadelphia City Council, into the belly of the beast itself and having these conversations. You are. And I'm grateful. I don't care if it was predominantly Black or predominantly white or predominantly Hispanic, I don't care. I want people to know truth. I want people to align their voting habits with their values. And I want the best for our country. So I'm very grateful for you. You may not have heard it from the GOP, but you've heard it from me. I'm grateful for you and for what it is that you're doing.
Our listeners are grateful for him too, Kathy. Our YouTube comments,
yes,
so overly positive for John. He recently went down to Mulligan's in Wildwood. Joe got to meet him. A couple others. Gary got to meet him. Just say he's a wonderful, wonderful individual. But there was a comment that I saw, and I'm trying to find it now. It looks like they might have deleted it because even they realized it might have been wrong. But a comment came in, Kathy. I want you to address it. It says, why does Kathy have to make everything about race? It bothers me because I feel like the entire mission statement of your interview with Alante is, it's okay to kind of see through a lens of race, but it's important to notice, what the hell's going on here in the Republican Party, and maybe you rub someone the wrong way and suggesting that that's actually happening, pointing out the truth, but it needs to be pointed out, in my opinion.
Can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely.
So to ignore Mrs. Barnett or the work that she's done or me or any other black conservative that we speak on every issue. She just was speaking on, the Supreme Court rulings. She's got a question about the country, did we lose the war with Iran? So we could speak on any topic, but you guys, when I'm paying attention to my algorithms and I'm actually looking at the comments, guys, they want Philadelphia to vote a certain way, to vote differently, right? Especially of the white conservatives or any other racial conservative. You cannot expect them to vote differently if you don't address it at some point of time. Like, I've never had a Republican knock on my door. I've never had, and I say this about the Philly GOP, there are some good war leaders. There are some good committee members. I don't mean to put this on every single one of them. But as a whole, as the Philadelphia GOP chairman, for the PA GOP chairmans, for the national party, there's not been an effort to go in there and educate Philadelphia the way they need to be educated. We just talked about how Pennsylvania leads in spending per child. We just talk about Philadelphia leads the actual state. Philadelphia spends more per child than the rest of the state does. And yet, we have kids that have reading proficiency levels at 33%. Their arithmetic levels is at 25%. The literacy rate is horrific. And so they don't understand what they're hearing. They make, you have Democrats that focus on race. All they do is make everything a racial decision or a racial law to why they do things. So you have to address it. You have to go into the most dominated congressional district by Democrats in the whole entire country, which is Philadelphia, which is predominantly black. And I'm saying that there is an intentional effort to ignore these neighborhoods from the Philly GOP, from the PA GOP. Greg Rothman doesn't say anything about Philadelphia. Vince Finnerty doesn't say anything about Philadelphia. They might say something about Larry Krasner every once in a while. That's low-hanging fruit. But if you're not going after Mayor Sherrell Parker, who makes things about race, the city council who makes things about race, these Marxists that run our city, if you're not saying anything about their ICE outlaws, and you have Senator Dave McCormick working against what we're doing, attending Marxist churches, who preaches abortion, who has the 92% of black women voting one way, there is no effort to go into these communities to improve the education in there. There is no flag waves. There are no voter registrations. There's no door knocking efforts. Trump Force 47 isn't around anymore. So the only conservative presence have been Flip Philly Red. So those type of comments, you expect them to vote differently, but you don't go into those neighborhoods. So even though I know for a fact, because I've been at MAGA rallies, I've sat in conservative houses, I met husbands and wives, I met their children, I've been employed by white conservatives, I know the truth. But when you're not in these neighborhoods, when they say, "Oh, they're racist," I know it's a lie, but perception is reality. And so when you're not in those neighborhoods, they have no choice but to believe that. Now, it takes some accountability on yourself to educate yourself and to do the proper research. I understand that. But as an organization, the organization is a failure. And it's proof because you've lost Chester County. Chester County has been deep red for 337 years. You lost that in 2019 and have not shown an ability to be able to get Chester County back. So that means you have an organizational problem.
Preach. Preach.
A great use for that applause button.
I know, right? I'm glad you had it on handy. I mean, you just got to speak truth. I mean, the color of my skin, the color of your skin is one of the most effective strategies of the Democrat Party. I didn't make it a strategy. I don't talk about race. I don't say things. Most people try to goat me into saying, you know, oh, that's racist or that's racist. But I don't fall for that because I think the people within the party, outside of the political system, outside of the Republican system, our people on our voters are some of the best people I have ever met. I love them. Mm-hmm. I love them. I walked into rooms. I'm the only black person in the room, and I felt like I was a sister in the fight. They loved me, and they loved on me, and they supported me. I don't think I had any. I mean, maybe I had 2 or 3 black people on my campaign when I ran, but I had overwhelmingly white Catholics running my campaign and working so hard for me, and they loved me. They protected me, right? I had these men, white men, walking shoulder to shoulder to protect me when Black Lives Matter would show up at my rallies, right? Not a black person in the bunch of them. Just a bunch of white little kids coming out to protest me who have the blood of slaves running through my veins, right? Mm-hmm. But these white Louis Vuitton wearing, toting children come out to, so we can't be on our side. I know it's so exhausting, right? Because Democrats have spent years beating all of us down with DEI and CRT and, you know, your little children are racist, just right out of the womb, basically. And I and now Alante have been some of the most vocal critics and being able to push back on that. I know I have to go to break. I really appreciate you, Alante.
Thank you for having me on.
Okay. Blessings, everyone. I will see you on the second hour. Stay right there.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Summer is here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera hot tubs and receive a free freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Looking for fitness and fun at home? Endless pool deals are hot. Get 50% off all accessories like an underwater treadmill or aqua bike. Plus, for a limited time, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehottubs.com and make this summer your most relaxing yet. See store for details. Offers end July 12th.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's up, Pennsylvania? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett. I'm sitting in for my double good girlfriend, our fellow warrior patriot, Dawn Stensland. Here's the listener call-in number. It is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. And I haven't really been pushing it, but we have a poll going on right now out on YouTube. Has the U.S. lost the Iran war? I'm going to be talking about this a little bit later in the week, maybe Thursday, but I wanted to get a sense of where you guys stand on that. Has the U.S. lost the Iran war? Go to
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
You are so good.
Hey, currently it's 68% no, 32% yes. So if you want to make your vote, get over there.
68% is saying we have not lost the Iran war. Okay, 68%.
Double negative there.
Right. Have not lost the Iran war. Okay, yes. 68% says that. Okay, so John Alante McAuley, he is going to kind of hang around with us for this second hour, but I want to bring in my next guest, Leah Soretti. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Kathy. Good morning, or I guess, well, it's closer to afternoon for you, but I'm on Central Time. But
yes, you are.
Thank you for having me.
I know. I love the accent, girl. It's making me feel like I'm back at home in Alabama.
Look, when I get around some of my friends from up north, they just stare at me for a little bit, and they're like, I'm like, why are you staring at me? They're like, we can't understand anything you're saying. And I'm like, oh, gosh. Well, and it's crazy because my accent is not nearly as thick as cornbread as a lot of people.
Okay.
Thick as cornbread.
Yes, see, like my producer, he's a young northerner. He knows nothing. He doesn't understand us with the whole corn fed.
Well, when we got her on, she was Ferretti. Ferretti was the last name. She goes, "Oh, you got it right." I go, "Yeah, we live in New Jersey. We're surrounded by a bunch of Italians, so we got that going on." But you got the great accent, the great analogies. It's fantastic.
I know, right now. Is it Ferretti or Soretti?
Ferretti
with an F.
With an F, yes.
Oh, okay, good. I know. Now she's sounding out things that give you guys a little bit of a clue of who she may be. Leah Ferretti is the founder of Mississippi Ready, which is a K-12 advocacy organization. I'm going to let her tell her story as we kind of chat, but I had a meet cute with you last night. Did not know you prior to last night. You called me back and we just started chatting like old friends. And it doesn't take much to move me to tears, especially when you start talking about my country, our country, or when you start talking to me about children. And I just want to start off at the very top. One of the things that you said to me that just devastated me is this survey you said that had come out stating that prison system is now, for the most part, privately owned organizations. And you were sharing with me that there's a survey that has come out that that states that these privately owned prison systems determine where they're going to build the next prison based upon the reading level of the children. I'm going to pause and I'm going to let you tell that.
Yes. So this study was done a while back, and it's called the prison or pre-K to prison pipeline. You can Google it. And private prisons are being built across our country according to reading scores. So I told you last night, from birth to third grade, you are learning to read, and beyond third grade, you're reading to learn. So if a child cannot read by the third grade, statistically, the cards are stacked against them, and they're more likely to drop out of school, end up in prison. And, going further down that prison pipeline, majority of your prison population has some sort of learning disability or learning disorder. It costs almost $30,000 in the state of Mississippi to house a prisoner each year, and it costs $10,000 to educate a child per year. It doesn't make sense. So why aren't we investing in education on the front end? Why aren't we identifying children with learning disabilities? Why aren't we giving them the resources and the therapies that they need early on? We would save so much money and save so many lives if we invest in education early on so they don't end up in prison.
It's almost as if educating our children is not the goal.
Absolutely. I think it was maybe JFK, like the ignorance of a populace is the demise of a democracy. And you look at that, you're like, "Ooh, man, that hits hard." And why wouldn't you want to educate your children? Why wouldn't you want our country, who we are founded on those free principles? Here we are at our nation's 250th birthday, and education freedom is an absolute huge component of the trajectory of our nation and the continuance of maintaining our freedom.
I love that. Ignorance of a population or populace is the demise of a country. And I was thinking about you. I had you in my mind because you said some iteration of that yesterday when we were talking. I was thinking about you, Leah, when I saw the Supreme Court ruling on birthright citizenship. And as I said in the first hour, there are over 500 birth tourism companies around the world. And their job is to fly pregnant women into America, let them have birth, and then send them back to whatever country they came from. And we saw under the Biden administration, millions, tens of millions of people just walking into our country. And as I was watching that, our own Supreme Court has decided not to uphold Trump's ban on birthright citizenship. I thought to myself, if we don't begin to teach our children how to read and then how to think critically, our country is toast. Our country is toast.
Look, absolutely. So I have three children. I have three school-age children. I have a 17-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 10-year-old. And, we have conversations in our household. My children are probably more politically inclined than most children. Mm-hmm. And, man, like they'll come home like, oh, this generation's toast. This country's toast. Because they'll have conversations with their peers and they're like, what? Who is that? How does a bill become a law? What do you mean? So yeah, and it's up to us to change that trajectory. But you know what, Kathy, I am so hopeful though. In Mississippi, we're doing great things.
Yeah.
We have a long way to go, but we are doing great things. And I think remaining hopeful and being positive and putting in the work is going to get our children and our country. We're gonna stay on that path, and we're not gonna go anywhere but up.
I love it. Guys, you are listening to Leah Ferretti. I have an S here. I'm going to change that S to an F. Leah Ferretti, because I don't want her to ding me on enunciating my words correctly. She is the founder of Mississippi Ready. We're going to double click when we come back from this break on what Mississippi Ready is, as well as Mississippi Miracle. You're listening to Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Dawn Stensland. The call-in number is 855-839-1210. See you on the other side.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I love it. Pennsylvania, I love it. I appreciate you so much for hanging in there. I am Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Don Stensland. I have John Alante McAuley. He is still here, holdover from the first hour in here. And on YouTube, on the radio and on YouTube, is Leah Ferretti. Leah, thank you so much. Leah is the founder of Mississippi Ready, a K through 12 advocacy organization. Leah, when we were on break, I have John Alante McAuley here. He is a grassroots activist in Philadelphia, and he spent time in the prison system. And when you were talking about that, he just wanted to share something.
Right. How you doing, Leah? So when it comes to Philadelphia, especially being in prison, or, you know, whether you're in county prison or a county jail, or you're in state prison, you know, you see the population, you see what you're dealing with. You see people who's been in the system since they were young, And you see that you have drug addicts in there. You have people who might mental illness. You have people with horrible temperaments. And so you're not in there just because you made a mistake and they just lump you in there with other critical thinking people. You're in there. It's a jungle. It's a melting pot of everything. And you see people who are not capable of reading what their lawyer may have handed them, or they're not capable of going to the law library and understanding what the charges is or how to fight it. You see people who are dependent on other people to write letters for them, write, law things for them, or legal documents for them. And so like it all correlates to, at the young age of what you was talking about being in the third grade here in the 3rd to 8th grade in Philadelphia. I said this in the first segment, that you have kids with reading proficiency levels at 33%. You have them with graduating with arithmetic proficiency levels at 25%. And all of this is intentional.
Yeah. And, I was saying to Alante, Leah, that, a lot of people think that these conversations that you and I are having right now are just conversations that are being had behind ivory walls. But no, there are people with, these ideas about school and how our children should be taught and, learning to read and then learning how to critically think. These translate into real lived experiences.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And the reason I'm here today is because of my family's journey, because the path that God has led us on. My journey began over a decade ago when our oldest son, Thomas, was in his second tour of kindergarten. Y'all know what that means if a kid has a second tour?
Yeah.
That he needed another year. And I'm an educator by trade. I'm certified K-12 in the state of Mississippi. And I didn't know what was going on with my child. I just thought he needed another year. Well, in the public sector, teachers' hands are tied. There's not a lot they can say. They can't go pull a parent to the side and say, hey, I think you need to have your child tested. Teachers can't do that. And it's such a disservice to everybody. But I happen to be friends with the kindergarten teacher, and she's like, don't tell anyone I told you this. You need to have him comprehensively evaluated. And if you're familiar with learning disability testing, insurance doesn't cover any of it. And that's money you have to pay out of pocket. So I took 2 days off work, about $2,000 out of pocket. And it was 2 days of comprehensive evaluation to see what was going on with my son. And we got a diagnosis of severe dyslexia, severe anxiety, which I knew that. He hated going to school. His stomach hurt. He every day. And but I knew he was in a safe spot. I knew he was in an A school. He was in a great school.
Right.
He had speech articulation disorder, all the things that come with dyslexia. Well, I took the diagnosis back to our school, just assuming, when you assume what that means. So assuming that they were just going to give him what he needed, the correct therapies, and I was quickly mistaken.
Oh, wow.
They're like, I'm sorry, Miss Freddie. Yes, your child needs dyslexia therapy, but there's not a dyslexia therapist in the entire region of the state that we're located in. Well, that wasn't good enough for me. So I went back to my husband. I'm like, well, I guess we're going to have to move. There is a school in South Mississippi called the 3D School that specialized in dyslexia therapy. And it's like, that's insane. Who can sell their house, who can uproot their family, go to another part of the state just because you need another education option, you need more services. So I went back to the drawing board and found that a local university offered a master's degree in dyslexia therapy. So I went back to him. I'm like, what do you think about me getting a student loan at school? He's like, that's a terrible idea as well. Yes, that's the lesser of the two evils. So I went back to school, got my master's to be able to help my child.
Right.
And
I love it. Mama bear on steroids.
Yes. Well, God has a sense of humor. So I don't have just one, not two, but all three of my children are severely dyslexic. And so going down through this journey, I still knew that he needed a smaller classroom setting. And in Mississippi, we have a small accessibility to some type of school choice and education freedom. And I applied for what's called an education scholarship account, an ESA, that allowed me to put my child in a smaller school setting. And it gave me at that time $6,500 to help offset tuition cost. Well, at this time, I'm servicing my own children and doing therapy with them. And your mama heart bleeds, when another mom is in need or in need of help. And I just organically started this therapy program, and we were servicing over 74 students in the Mississippi Delta. And if you're familiar with the Mississippi Delta, it's a very rural, very poor area in the state of Mississippi. But going through this, I learned really quickly that there wasn't an organization that educated families on what education options are. If you're not in the space of education, it's not an easy space to navigate. We're talking about the pre-K to prison pipeline and, not giving, children what they need on purpose. Well, it's the same, you don't know what you don't know. Right. And information is gate kept a lot of times. And like with the ESA, I didn't know what it was. It wasn't advertised. It wasn't advertised by my local school district. It wasn't advertised by our State Department of Education. Just because I did digging and dug and found this. So I started Mississippi Ready 3 years ago. We launched to be the parent voice for parent choice, to help families navigate the space of education freedom, what it could look like, what it should look like, and to educate them on what that is.
I love that. And, and yesterday when we were talking, you were saying that, because I was saying to you that I'm looking at Mississippi Miracle, and you also, Leah, are one of the speakers who have been confirmed for the October 24th F3 Forum, Faith, Family, and Future. And we're just simply asking the question, can Philadelphia become America's next Mississippi Miracle? And we're going to have this conference in Germantown. You guys will hear more and more information later on. But, because I'm looking at, like Mississippi of all places. I grew up in Alabama, and one of the running jokes, I'm sorry, I say this affectionately, Leah, is that it could always be worse.
Thank God.
I could be from Mississippi. And I grew up on a pig farm in southern Alabama in the very deep and rural south of Alabama. And I was like, you know what? It could be worse. I could be from Mississippi.
Listen. So this is a funny story. When I first graduated from teacher education, I lived in Fort Myers, Florida. And Fort Myers, if you're familiar, it's like a spot. There's no one from Fort Myers. Everyone has moved from somewhere. And I was interviewing at one elementary school, and the principal looked at me, and I'm a highly qualified reading teacher. He looked at me and said, "How can you teach reading when you can't speak correctly?" I was devastated. I was a little something-year-old naive teacher, but I'm like, dude, look at me now. Look at the Mississippi Miracle. I mean, yes, I know how to teach reading in Mississippi. We can read, and we do wear shoes. So,
yes. But I was looking at the Mississippi Miracle, and I'm comparing and contrasting what you guys have been able to accomplish in a very short period of time in Mississippi, to where all fourth graders became moved up significantly, but specifically Black children in fourth grade moved to the top of the nation in reading. And then I'm looking at Philadelphia and I'm like, my God, if Mississippi can do it, why can't Philadelphia do it? Why can't every other state and urban area do it? And I've been really double clicking and reading and reaching out. And I'm so grateful that I'm getting so much support from people like yourself and others who are saying, yes, I'm coming. I want to share this story. And one of the questions I had asked you when we were talking is that, when you told me about your children, your 3 children with dyslexia, is that when I was growing up, you never heard of that. You never really heard, like maybe 1 or 2, every 10 years or something, but you never really heard of it. And now all of a sudden you hear all of these learning disability that children are suffering from. And you said something to me. You said, well, that's because when we were growing up, phonic instructions, teaching phonics is what actually helps students with dyslexia. So we didn't know about dyslexia because perhaps, I'm assuming, because back in my day, I learned how to read using phonics. And today it's all about sight words.
What a novel idea. And Phonics works. It's a science-based instruction. Reading is a science. And before, when we were going to school, yes, we had phonics instruction, but across the nation, this whole movement called whole language was just this big fad of teaching children to read. 80% of your population will learn how to read no matter what type of instruction is given. 80%. So, okay, that's the majority of your population. So we're going to do this just immersive, sight words, memorization, use context clues. That's it. Well, who's missing out?
The 20%.
The 20%, and that is usually your children with dyslexia, some type of reading disability. 1 in 5 children have dyslexia, but now, it started flaring up because we're not teaching phonics. And in Mississippi has some of the most highly qualified teachers, especially.
Hold that thought right there, Leah. Just hold that thought right there. I have to come to a hard break. You're listening to Kathy Barnett, subbing in for Don Stenslin. We'll be right back.
The hot air mass continues to build across the Delaware Valley. Today we'll have plenty of sunshine, still not very humid, with a high of around 92. For tonight, partly cloudy, low 72 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs, and a heat warning goes in effect on Wednesday. Plenty of sunshine, hot and more humid, with a high 98.
It was just
one unforgettable night.
One of those things.
An evening with Harry Connick Jr.
Just one of those crazy flings.
Performing songs from across his remarkable career.
Well, come by me,
Harry Connick Jr.
Come talk to me, baby.
Friday, July 24th, Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Tickets are on sale now at theborgata.com.
You got to go see the Mardi Gras.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, listen, I'm going to get straight to it because I want to give Leah, I have Leah Ferretti on. She is the founder of Mississippi Ready, a K through 12 advocacy organization. I want to give you the bulk of the time, but I want to get into Mississippi Miracle. And I think the best way to do it, Leah, is to pick up where you were about to go.
Okay. All right. So let's start at the beginning. All right. So the Mississippi Miracle, is not a miracle. Yes, it's a catchy phrase. It sounds good, but it was no miracle. It was a lot of hard work. And these are the components that made this miracle. First, it's teachers. In the state of Mississippi, majority of your teacher education programs are required to have a reading endorsement. So if you have an elementary education degree, you have to have 2 concentrations. You have to declare, which reading and science, reading and math, reading and social studies, and most of your college ed programs require a reading concentration. Now you also add on, and that's 18 hours of course work in those specific subject areas. And then if you add on another 3 and get 21 hours in each of your 2 concentrations, it becomes an endorsement, which makes you a highly qualified teacher in those subject areas, and you're allowed to teach K through 8th in those subject areas. Well, Mississippi, we've been training our teachers to teach reading and to teach reading correctly. So that's number one. Our teachers are the number one.
No, right. So, I mean, and I'm glad you said that, right? It's a catchy phrase, Mississippi Miracle, but it was not a bunch of potions and a witch stirring a pot and just boom, it happened. This is not manifestation, right? It's not setting your intentions and voila, you walk into the life that you want. I've pulled the legislation. I've been reading through the legislation. I've been reading through, there's a number of people who have done amazing statistical studies of this movement, and they characterize it as Mississippi did not just bring the bottom students up, and it did not just bring high achievers to be even more of a high achiever. You guys moved the entire student population, and they characterize it with Mississippi moved the mountain. You didn't just move a couple of students here or there. You shifted the entire student population with what you did. And what you just talked about is that to become a teacher in Mississippi, in addition to your core work, you have to get 21 hours of teaching on how to teach reading instructions. So it's not just assuming a teacher knows how to read and knows how to teach reading. You guys actually force your graduating students with the teaching degree to get 21 hours of phonic instructions. How do you teach reading using phonics? And that explained to me, or gave me some insight, because the Mississippi Miracle, I'm just calling it Mississippi Miracle just for ease right now. The actual name is Literacy-Based Promotion Act. So you cannot be promoted unless you're able to read. That's why they call it literacy-based promotion. So you're promoted to the 4th grade based on if you can read or not. I love it. But that act did not actually start until 2013. But the mountain started moving in 2003. And so the mountain shifted slightly, but that was because you guys they wrote a law that where teachers had to get specifically phonic instructions. Then the Mississippi Miracle come online in 2013, and now the mountain moves, but it explodes in its movement to the right. Continue.
Yes. All right. So your teachers, you have highly qualified and trained teachers to teach reading. All right. We are implementing in our curriculum the science of reading, like you said, phonics-based instruction. Also during this time, dyslexia therapy programs popped up in some of our universities. So teachers are able to go back to school and get a master's degree in dyslexia therapy to even reach more children and to service those children who have been underserved. Also, school choice was implemented in Mississippi. So in Mississippi, we have the Dyslexia Therapy Scholarship. We have the Nate Rogers Scholarship, which is a speech-based scholarship. And those are more like a voucher. You can use those at a handful of schools in the state of Mississippi that are special purpose non-public. They specialize in seeing students with dyslexia, students with autism, any type of other special needs. And then you have the ESA, the Education Scholarship Account, that allows families to put their children in maybe a smaller private school or in one of those special purpose schools. So we had the implementation of the school choice programs as well. And it all was the miracle. It all came together. It wasn't just one component. And then on top of that, we don't talk enough about the 3rd grade gate was a conservative policy. And we got a lot of pushback on that. 38% of, your Superintendent's Association stated that 38% of Mississippi 3rd graders were going to fail the first year that this was implemented. They pushed back hard. I remember getting the emails as a teacher that stating if my students failed the 3rd grade gate, is what we call it in Mississippi, then I might lose my job. I was fear-mongered if we had this. Do you know how many students failed the first year it was implemented?
How many?
8%. Only 8% of Mississippi third graders failed. So that showed me that our superintendents didn't have faith in me as a teacher and what we were teaching and how we were teaching, and didn't have faith in our students to rise to the occasion. And then also, if a student fails that test the first time, they get to retake it.
Yeah.
So you're not holding back all these third graders, but we are pouring a ton of resources. We have literacy specialists. We have highly qualified teachers to get our students to where they need to be. But now we've put all these resources in our students up to fourth grade, but we've kind of slipped a little bit and dropped the ball. And we are seeing a slip in our eighth grade and beyond. So this past year, our legislators noticed that and looked at the scores, and they are putting resources into those grade levels as well so that we can keep the continuum going in Mississippi.
And I loved, and I was so grateful when you brought that up, because I had not clicked on the eighth grade statistical models, but I kind of glanced at it a little bit, just kind of reading the headline of it. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. So you see this exponential growth in the whole student population moving up. Everyone is performing better between kindergarten and fourth grade, and then all of a sudden you see this decline by eighth grade. And that was because, and let me tell me if I'm paraphrasing what you said correctly, you guys just started putting so much focus on that first milestone, making sure when they get out of third grade, they can read. Because I love what you said. You said from birth to third grade, you're learning to read. From fourth grade on, you're reading to learn. Now you're learning how to think critically. Now you're learning, different aspects of the world. So you guys put so much focus on the first hurdle, which is make sure they can read by third grade, that you guys did not put a lot of emphasis on keeping the momentum moving forward from fourth grade on.
Yes. Well, and we've seen that, you learn and education is a process, right? I mean, what worked today may not work tomorrow. And we notice that, and we recognize that as a state and come together like, what, we can do better. We're going to continue to move this momentum. We're going to continue to move this needle. We're not going to sit back on our laurels. In Pennsylvania, y'all can do it. I mean, it can be done.
It can be done.
If it could be done in Mississippi, it could be done.
I'm telling you, that's exactly what I said. Like God and his sense of humor. There is no reason that Philadelphia and other places throughout our nation cannot do better. But it starts with the adults in the room adulting and deciding that our children are important. It's not just a bumper sticker, but that no, our children are the future, and we must get our head out of the sand, get rid of the political barriers. Now, tell me this, because I had Alante ask me during the break, is Mississippi primarily conservative? Is it because your legislation is primarily conservative that this was passed, or did you have Democrats coming alongside also?
Yeah, Mississippi is considered a supermajority, and yes, absolutely. The Literacy Promotion Act, it was a conservative piece of policy. There was heavy opposition from the left, and we got it passed. And there was some support, but majority opposition.
Okay, like that may be difficult up here in Philadelphia, because if we need Democrats.
That's what it comes down to
come alongside us, we're screwed.
Well, what's crazy is that education should be nonpartisan.
It should be.
Teaching a kid to reading does not see party lines. And that is what's been so bizarre for me on this journey of education advocacy, because it is nonpartisan.
I love that. Education does not see party lines.
No. And what child, fills out a form that when they take their standardized test that they put an R or D next to their name? Yeah. No child.
Yeah, I know. Oh, wouldn't that be so nice if we actually believe that our purpose as adults was to leave a better world for the next generation. And the way to do that is to make sure they're capable to enter into those positions of authority when they grow up. You're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for Dawn Stensland. I'll be right back.
Independence Day, the birth of America. As we celebrate our great nation's 250th birthday, it's time to reflect on our forefathers' struggle to take control and free our country from a political system that failed to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Many Americans in their retired years are searching for a way to take control of their life savings and are struggling to find financial independence. I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Our proprietary Crash Proof Retirement system guarantees financial independence. There is no market risk, there are no fees, there's just peace of mind knowing you'll always move forward, guaranteed with certainty. Declare your financial independence from Wall Street. You've worked a lifetime for it. You earned it for a lifetime. Shouldn't you keep it for a lifetime? Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, guys, this is it. I mean, time just goes by so fast. I still have Alante in here in studio with me. I have Leah Ferretti on the line with me. Leah, thank you so much. Leah is the founder of Mississippi Ready, a K through 12 advocacy organization. How can people find you, Leah?
Well, we have a website at MississippiReady.org, and we are all over social media. So whatever your favorite flavor is, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, which makes my teenage boys cringe, that TikTok, even more so their friends follow me as well. We're on X. We are on in YouTube. So wherever, go follow us. Find us at
Mississippi Ready, Leah Ferretti. And John, where can people find you?
Oh, at Alante McCauley across all platforms. ALLANTEMCAULEY, and that's across all platforms.
Love it. Leah, I was John says something, Alante says something a little bit earlier about the social aspect of these students. I'm gonna let him ask that question. But I was reading yesterday the Senate Bill 2157 that went to the governor in Mississippi for signing, and I circled this word. It starts off in section 1. There is established an act prohibiting social promotion to be known as the literacy-based promotion. And I thought to myself, social promotion, how did schools become all about social promotion? Like, what is that?
Well, okay, let's talk about that. You would used to see social promotion if someone could throw a football or if they could run a fast 40. They're like, all right, they're good. We're going to just keep passing them on because they're going to get us a state championship. So that happens everywhere. That happens. It doesn't just happen. I know in Mississippi it happens across the country. So nipping that in the bud as early on, you can't socially promote a child. They have to pass. They have to be able to read because we were seeing. I taught public school and private school, and I had a 9th grade student who transferred into the private school that I worked at a time from a public school, 9th grader, reading on a 2nd grade level.
Yeah, I believe that.
It should make that make sense.
What is social promotion?
Just passing a kid along so that they're kept with their peers.
So that they don't feel bad about themselves?
Yeah.
Well, don't you feel bad about yourself if you can't read?
Yes. So just passing a kid along with their peers, regardless of what their achievement is.
Yeah. John, you were saying something.
Yeah, and that's also called juking the stats. You turn F's into D's and D's into C's. It's the same thing they do with crime. You turn aggravated assault into simple assaults, and you just juking the stats. But I was listening to what you were saying about the requirements for teachers to be able to teach whether it's phonics, like it's these rigorous programs. So it seems that we have these social promotions with our students, but also with our teachers. It feels like I want to know. I would like to look up. I am going to look up like what are the requirements for teachers to teach, because it's like it doesn't seem like metrics are being set and met. And so what I'm looking at is, especially here in Philadelphia, we have a thing called climate teachers. That wasn't a thing when I was going to school. And so these are non-teaching positions that was definitely hired during the Biden administration with the COVID money that was going around. Now, 340 teachers was set to be laid off here in Philadelphia, but Mayor Sherrell Parker found over $200 million out of the thin air somewhere to retain these teachers. And so these non-teaching positions, they said that these are critical for our students and we cannot lose these teachers. It's just the culture of we're not allowed to say that teachers are doing, not all teachers, but are we holding teachers to a standard, not the ones that are being blocked maybe by the teachers unions, but are all teachers good? Are all of them, have good temperament to be dealing with these students? Do they all realize that some of these students might have a deficiency when it comes like dyslexia or some of these other things, So it seems like our teachers are being socially promoted as well.
Oh, I agree 100%. You have bad actors. You do have bad actors. And I think it's hard for an administrator to get rid of a bad teacher. And, in Mississippi, yeah, we do have highly qualified teachers. But, across the nation, and the same here in my backyard, we have a teacher shortage. And because there's a teacher shortage, then we maybe will lower the quality of some of the expectations of like your non-certified staff, like you were saying that y'all have in your state. And that's not okay. I want to know that, my children's teachers are highly qualified to teach them. And then I know you can go down, the whole road of, are we paying our teachers enough? I know in Mississippi, we're not. And you look at education. Well, education is the number one line item in the state's budget, the number one line item. And when you look at spending, it's not going to the classroom. When I left the classroom, my husband had to hook up a U-Haul, and he came in and he walked around. He said a few choice words. He's like, "Do we own all of this stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah," because as a teacher, I had a little meager salary, but every week when I went to Walmart, every week when I went to Target, I would buy something for my classroom, for my students, because I love them and I want them to learn. And majority of your teachers are in education because they love teaching, they love their students, and they're going to invest in them no matter what. But we got to get money to the classroom. We got to get money to the teachers because it's staying in your central offices where your superintendents are making plus figures. You've got someone making copies, making six figures. And then meanwhile, you got little Susie teaching at second grade, buying toilet paper for her classroom because the superintendent hadn't signed the purchase order.
Right. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Let me go back to what you said, Alante. So here in Philadelphia, because I remember you saying this at one of the city council meetings, Mayor Sherrell Parker found over $200 million to pay for climate change teachers to go into the classrooms of Philadelphia schools. And yet, Leah, a big element of Mississippi being able to put children at the top of the national reading levels, and specifically Black kids from Mississippi, number one at fourth grade reading at the top, is that you guys found the money to pay for, I guess you call them teaching coaches who come alongside the teacher in the classroom to make sure the teacher knows the science of reading and how to teach phonics.
Yes. Yeah. So literacy specialists, we've invested in those in the state of Mississippi, helping those teachers that may not be the strongest and to get them where they are. I mean, when you play a sport, you have coaches that get players to where they need to be. The same thing is in education. You have to have coaches to help professionals get to the next step, to get to where they need to be their best self. And in education, you're a lifelong learner when you're an educator, because you have to have a certain amount of continuing education hours to maintain your licensure, to be able to stay qualified to be a teacher.
Yeah, I mean, but think about that. If we took $200 million just in the city of Philadelphia and paid for literacy coaches to go into the classrooms and to work alongside the teachers. And you guys did, I've seen so many videos of you guys saying what the literacy coaches were. They were not there to watch over the students play recess or to go make copies for the teacher or to even report on the teacher. They were there specifically to come alongside the teachers and making sure that the teacher understood how to teach reading. Can you imagine the difference, Alante, that the city of Philadelphia will look like if instead of building prisons next to Philadelphia proper, that we were building up students, not based on social class, but on merit? That this kid is being promoted because they've met the requirements to do so.
And when you talk about accountability, that's what you're talking about. When you're talking about waste, how we just wasted $17 million on climate teachers, like you just said, to people that are just watching the kids over recess. And, I just think it's important that we follow this blueprint and follow this path.
Well, that's the reason why Leah and many others, including yourself, Alante, will be speaking at the F3 Forum. F3 is for Faith, Family, and Future. If you guys remember, I did this, my inaugural conference last year, and it was Faith, Family, and the Future of Work in America. So we talked about AI and all of that kind of stuff. And then this year, we're doing faith, family, and the future of education. And the question that is moving us, or the question that will be our banner as we move through all of this, through the conversation, is, can Philadelphia become America's next Mississippi Miracle? And I'm going to be bringing people like Leah Ferretti from Mississippi to tell us what it is that they did. Leah, I'm going to give you my last couple of minutes.
Well, thank you, Kathy. Thank you for having me today. And like I said earlier, it's not a miracle. There's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. There's a lot of ingredients in that recipe, but it can be replicated. And I think that's what we should be doing across our nation. When you are doing something good, don't recreate the wheel. Don't do it. Just copy and paste. It'll work.
Copy and paste. I love it. Leah, you are going to become my my best friend. I can already see it. I so appreciate you, Leah. I appreciate your heart and what you're doing. John Alante McCauley, thank you so much for sitting in with me for these 2 hours. I appreciate it. Dawn, we love you, girl. Blessings. See y'all tomorrow.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Barrett, once again, a miss. So, I think Republicans have to have more of a conversation about the mechanism of picking Supreme Court justices. And you can see you can see how bad Republicans have been, that the Associated Press, no, NPR, right after this citizenship ruling, all the final decisions were out there, said Justice Alito has retired. Not is retiring, but has retired. Not true. They had to retract it within minutes. Why are they doing that? Because they realize what a threat he is. And a moron like George W. Bush, to the manor born, was going to put in his real estate person from Dallas on the Supreme Court until we stopped him and we tagged in the great Justice Alito. So, look, I hear all this stuff. Well, Dom, if he doesn't retire and they win in 2028, then what are we going to do? They're going to put the person on the court. He's too valuable. He has to remain there to combat this Johnny Roberts from George W. Bush and the miss of Amy Coney Barrett. Several yesterday, and I talked to Linda Kearns about it. At some point, I'll ask John Yoo, people like that, when we get them on, why do we miss? And yes, it is political. Let's face it, it's a shame. I know we say it's the person who is the most qualified, all that. But it's also the person who's going to reflect the person who put them on the court. And we're not getting that with John Roberts. Well, maybe George W. Bush. We're not getting it with Amy Coney Barrett. That is one of the all-time misses. And little goody two-shoes, Amy Coney Barrett wants to polish the apple for John Roberts. That's what I see happening. Now, Roberts wrote this decision about birthright citizenship. People are saying it's a death warrant because you have people who are wanting to come here just to have that pedigree, American citizenship. They know how valuable it is. They don't buy into necessarily. That's why we don't let the foreign-born become president. It's the same idea. We don't trust you on this stuff. Alito talked about that. He was blunt and saying, no. We don't trust you on this stuff. We don't trust that you're going to have our best interests at heart if you come here. And then they started to talk about chain birthright citizenship, how the bank shot of it is upwards of 100 people get to come here off this. Just get over the line, drop a baby. That's a citizen, and away we go. I have to say, though, this is a big moment that President Trump pushed this. So what can you do about it? The only thing that can be done on this, it's not statutory. The only thing that can be done is a constitutional amendment. And you know how difficult that process is. I don't see that happening, but that's the only remedy. You're not going to remedy it any other way. The gates are open again. Trump has stopped the border, but if they get in, drop the baby, that baby is a citizen. It can be a Mondani. It can be an Ilhan Omar. How did we ever end up with so many people that outright despise the things that we value in this country? How did that happen to get to this degree? Well, by a variety of these programs. And you have people that are ingrates. Mondani is one. He can't take the greatness of the country, add to it, tweak it. No. He wants to upset it. He wants to change it completely. So we're going to talk with someone from FAIR, the great group that monitors illegal immigration, trying to do something about it. Now, on the other level, the Supreme Court by 6-3, notice the three always vote in lockstep. They didn't vote to exclude trans girls, whatever the hell that is, from beating up on other girls. They voted to say, are you kidding me? Yes, we can pass laws saying that males are not going to be in female sports. Now, let me explain. Maybe you're a new listener. Why I love this issue is we are winning on this. Today was a big win, but they're not giving up. And election cycle after election cycle, bring it on, Democrats. Bring it on, you commie socialists. Every time this comes up, it's going to do political damage to you. Riley Gaines was the first that spoke out. Then someone who's meeker and milder, Paula Scanlon, started to speak out. And on and on and on it goes. Now we have a revolution saying no. Now, Josh Shapiro has not gotten that memo. He does the thing, hey, folks, why would you be against these poor kids just wanting to play sports? Can't they play sports? Yes, go knock yourself out. Guy Shiraki must have written a column in 10 minutes after the Supreme Court saying, as you know, he's a softball coach. And he went after Minnesota's championship recently was won by a team where the pitcher pitched back-to-back days, I think 7 innings, to drive the team to the championships, and that pitcher was a male. Doesn't anybody, look, I couldn't be in a league like that. I would have to be in restraints, handcuffs, leg irons, the whole thing. I just wouldn't tolerate it. But it's a winner. And it's a winner with people that sometimes don't follow politics like you may. You saw that in the 2024 election. When they hear this stuff, though, they go, who's in favor of that? Kamala Harris, remember? What do I do? You vote against her. That's the value of this issue. We are winning, but it is a slow rollout. So it's 25 states now that have this. Here in Pennsylvania, we can't even get a vote on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. And yet the stuffed shirts over at the Inquirer and these other places always lecturing us. They don't say, what is wrong where we can't get a vote on a bill? Because Democrats know that a good number of Democrats will vote for it. And we'll have that here in Pennsylvania. And if I hear one more lame argument, why are you guys always talking about this? It's so few people. Then why are you continuing to do it? Well, don't you want trans girls to have a shot? No, I don't. Get out of here. It's ridiculous. And it's ridiculous that it lingers. Today was a big moment forward. Does today signal, though, the end of it? No. Now we're into the trench fighting, and they're going to continue to do this. And I hope they do. And as they do, this is going to be all-out war. By the way, I'm looking at a poll. Should children of illegal immigrants born in the U.S. automatically be citizens? 91% of Democrats say yes. 75% of independents. Even 44% of Republicans. What does it mean to be a citizen? Does it mean you just got dropped here? That's not what it means. The Founding Fathers were not on board with what was ruled today. It was Johnny Roberts who wrote it and Amy Coney Barrett. The big story, as you know, though, is how do we miss? I mean, I don't know that we hit a home run with Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. Both are, I don't know about Kavanaugh. Gorsuch is brilliant, and he basically rules the way I think it should be. But look at the other three. You can be a moron. Ketanji Brown, they all say is a moron. It doesn't matter. You know how she's going to vote every time. She may not know what a woman is, but if she did, a male can be out there playing against it. That's what the Supreme Court is about. Let's take off the gloves. It's not about niceties. It's putting someone brilliant like Sammy Alito in there and then watching him create havoc against the other side, as he did in the abortion case. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We're going to talk at 1230 with Jennifer Say. Remember, Jennifer Say was a bigwig at Levi Strauss. She started to have problems during COVID about some of the nonsense in San Francisco, and that led to her being bounced because of her, shall we say, activities against transgenders in female sports. She actually now has another business where she developed a whole clothing line on chromosomal values, I would say. So it's amazing. She'll be here at 1230 to break down this decision, what it means. 25 states now are okay. This is constitutional. You can exclude, you can do common sense. Yo, take a look down. What were you born with? Go over there. The tactics that Democrats, I have really this week and last week on the scholarship thing, really gone full bore to say I hate every one of these people. I actually, it's beyond just politics. Anybody that would do what they did and then cowardly won't come on the show. Maybe we ought to ring up every one of them. And we'll get into it in the first 2 minutes. They'll lie. They're lying to the Archbishop. They're lying to these people. And Archbishop and others, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to call them out? Moron voters in Northeast Philadelphia. Are you going to continue to vote for Democrats when your kids are going to school inside trailers at Lincoln? Everybody in the freshman class is inside a trailer. Why? Because people came here illegally. Brazil is a hotbed of this, and they're overwhelmed. Yeah, well, where do I vote for more Democrats? What do we do with people here in Philadelphia that continue that insanity? And the Gallaghers and the Dohertys of the world up there in Northeast Philadelphia. What in the world is the sickness? It's the union sickness. That's my theory on that. The suburb sickness, that's a little hard to say. Okay, let me give you the side question. So, I think it was yesterday was National Alaska Day. So, Henry put a spin on this. We are looking for something or someone, because I have a someone too, associated with the great outdoors, camping, hiking, all those things. I don't think I've ever camped. We went to the Poconos once. We were outside a lot, Rose ID, and we both said, oh, man, let's not do this. Sorry, Linda, Poconos. But I'm going to say bugs. That's one of the first things I think about. And the second thing is a person of sorts, not Smokey Bear, but Smokey the Bear.
Yeah.
He's a bear. He is the bear. He's not Smokey Bear like he's a human. I'm Smokey Bear. Why do they do this? Because they're crazy. Smokey the Bear knows he's the bear. He's the only bear.
Is an answer? Well, I don't know.
Oh, the boo-boo, right.
Yeah, Yogi.
Yeah.
Hey, boo-boo.
Yeah, but he's the only one associated with the outdoors and PSAs, though. He's the bear.
Yeah, only you can prevent forest fires.
Yes, and then there is the Native American chief with the tear coming down, too. I associate that with the outdoors. Okay, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I'll take two things off the board. How about the first one? When you build a campfire, at the campsite, right? It feels like sometimes when you're sitting around the campfire, the smoke somehow always seems to find you and hit you in the face no matter where you're sitting around. It doesn't matter. The wind, whatever way you're sitting, that's where the wind's going to blow and that's where the smoke's going to inhale you. And you go to bed smelling like a campfire. So that's one thing I'll take off. And then the other one I'll take off. How about kind of keeping it local up in, Appalachia, however you want to say it.
Niche, it's Appalachia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tomato. Well, when it falls dead quiet, it is Appalachian folklore that an apex predator is nearby, although some people would like to say, no, it's not an apex predator. It's something paranormal. It's something supernatural. There's cryptids out there. There's skinwalkers. You don't know. It's something. Either way, the forest falls dead silent and you're walking around, get to cover.
All right. The all-time forest scene to me is Michael in The Office when he creates a poncho and a headband 5 minutes in, then just goes nuts. By the way, it will play it on Friday, I told them. Alfonso Ribeiro, we interviewed today because Washington does it right. Their 250 is much better than Philadelphia. I don't care who says it. Guess who they have appearing there in Washington? And we don't have her. Patti LaBelle.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Wow.
So how is Patti LaBelle not Philadelphia enough? This helicopter in, let her do her song, and then helicopter to Washington.
Yeah. Or helicopter on 2400 Market.
Yeah, right. Or bring her right in here and make sure she brings some shrimp that she cooked for me.
Very good.
I said it to the guy, and he goes, wow, that's rare. You must really, I said, well, it's a long story, but Ms. LaBelle is going to perform in Washington, not here, and yet they want to say this is really Philly. I would say Patti LaBelle is a lot more Philly than Will Smith or Christina Aguilera or whoever else they're propping up there.
I agree.
Yeah, I was shocked to see her on the list. And they have Chicago, and they have this big Trace Atkins thing. Again, they blend the patriotic with just a good show. Why do we insist on just a show, a party that could be anywhere? It's just, well, the audience wouldn't like that. Okay, well then go home. All right, let's go to Kirk.
So this movie is based on the side question title.
Okay.
The movie The Great Outdoors, starring Dan
yes.
Aykroyd and John Candy and Bart the Bear.
The
Funny
Bear.
movie.
Yeah. Well,
Funny
John
movie.
Candy
Mhm.
is unbelievable. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, all right, we got that all going on. 855-839-1210. Something or someone, in a good or bad way, something about the great outdoors. I have a feeling we don't have, I would say, under 20% of the audience are great outdoorsmen and women. I don't see it.
Oh,
You
for
know,
sure. I think you could rule out everyone.
Yes.
I don't know. Head out towards Chester County, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. All right. But by and large, I don't, camping
Oh,
sounds
yeah.
great until you're there and you go, what the
hell's going on here?
I don't know how many Eagle Scouts you got listening.
Yeah, right. That's right. Yeah, let's get some Weebelows or something here. All right. That's a funny word. Phone lines. All right.
I was a Weebelow.
All right. What did you have to do to be a Weebelow?
Just keep being a Cub Scout.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because that's, you get all the way to the end. You're a Weeblo 1 and a Weeblo 2.
Yeah, I mean,
of course.
Oh, I didn't know that.
In South Philly, we didn't have the same kind of scouting. Our scouting was dunking Louis the Rat down the culvert in the corner to get a half ball that went down.
Yeah, no,
it
we're
was
making
a distinctively different thing.
Yeah, no, we were making Pinewood Derby cars. We were
Nice.
I'm looking for it. If I have a picture of Louis the Rat, you will go, oh, yeah, this is Louis the Rat. And he was a real thin kid and could slither inside stuff to get you stuff. It's unbelievable. All right, Louis, if you're out there, give us a call so you know who you are. 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,017.20.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. Before your next adventure, make sure your vehicle is ready with United Tire's 4th of July sale. Through July 3rd, receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer and a great way to help keep your family safe on the road. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone, drive United.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpractice your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, man, that Diana Rossini again, Henry. Check out Mediaite.
Oh, no. All right.
She gets into a traffic stop, and she says, hey, to the officer, I'm an NFL reporter, and I just wrote that Sean McDermott got fired from the Bills. Said I was just I sent a tweet and was going to pull over because I have to make calls. I know you don't care, but I'm just letting you know my reason why. It was a work thing, and it was an emergency for what I do. Okay. Now, would you like to have some tea or coffee with me? Maybe. God.
I hate when people do. I mean, I guess she kind of did it in a respectful way, almost.
Yeah, it
like
wasn't.
she
Do you know
didn't
who
go,
I am?
You know,
Yeah.
you do know who I am. She was more like, no, I'm sorry. I'm an NFL reporter. I didn't really, I had to do it. I had to be first, but I understand why you're pulling me over. That's kind of okay, but still a little pretentious.
Yeah, because is that really true or not? If it was, I get it.
Are you a Bills fan? Please tell me you're a Bills fan. Yeah, McDermott's gone.
That's what she was going for.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you about Coach Vrabel. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, Pats fan. Oh.
Unbelievable. All right, 855-839-1210. And by the way, in Colorado, we have another, I told you about this woman that probably will defeat, I think the Democrat has served 15 terms, and she's the one that says, hey, we have firefighters, we have cops, that's socialism. Why can't we have that in healthcare and grocery stores and everything else? She's poised to win today. Now, she's in Denver, which is fairly left. Maybe not New York or Berkeley, but it's left enough. I think she'll win tonight, and they'll be saying, let them. The more they tell themselves this is the face of the party. In fact, here is the new head of the Democrat Socialists. This is Cut 10 of America. Top leader David Jenkins. Listen to what Jenkins says is the goal of the Democrat Socialist of America.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
There we go. That's just recently with the win. Our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism. The Joe Frazier statue is moving to a parody with Rocky. I want to get into this today because he was much later than his prime, and he had difficulties at that point, after all the battling and all that. But when they did a Rizzo anniversary, they had me as MC, and Joe Frazier would show up. Big Rizzo guy, I think connected to the tough cookie, Lynn Abraham. And just watching him, the first thing I got to, they come up to the mic, they got to go like this and all. Oh, man, I just can imagine getting hit in the body once there. You would crumple. You wouldn't get out of the hospital for the average person for a year.
Ugh.
Some of these guys like Tyson might be the side question tomorrow. You see the ferocity. But when Joe Frazier got inside and is working you over, man, remember in Rocky when he has Apollo and he's taking it to the body? Oh, God.
Yeah, the body blows.
And that left hook and the slaughter shop. Anyhow, they're starting up, regrettably. I don't care if you want to make it the Frazier Rocky steps. But they're starting up even Terrell Parker, the racial angle of this. Why is Rocky the guy? Inquire again, and not Joe Frazier. I mean, isn't it obvious? The film is the all-time, and maybe the film is based a bit on Joe Frazier. I'll get into it more. But if you want to call it the Rocky Frazier steps, I think Joe Frazier certainly is deserving. But the idea that somehow or another there's something wrong with lionizing Rocky and what people get out of this is ridiculous. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. And Phil's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
Hey, and good afternoon to you as well. I'm just getting back to beginning my week, so I thank you, family, for being there on the air.
Well, thank you, Phil.
So my thought, and
Phil, what happened to you there? All right. Let me put Phil on hold here, and we'll see if we can clear that up. Raymond in Yardley on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Raymond, afternoon. All right. 0 for 2. I'm not sure if there's a little bit of an...
Yeah, good day for the phones. Great start.
Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. We have a lot more to... Oh, I got to play this one for you. Does she say this in the beginning, Amber? I don't want to play the whole thing.
I've got it queued up.
Okay. So this is cut 4. Our buddy, the Dean of Decency. Now, you know how Madeline Dean and her hubby made their money. It's not me saying this. It's the Inquirer, right? It's the Inquirer talking about their bicycles in communist China and the labor to create those bicycles. So they have a mansion at the shore. They have one out in Montgomery County. This woman, the Dean of Decency, is beyond insufferable. She is the local leader of the JV squad. That's the Houlihan, used to be Wild up in Lehigh County. It's the Mary Gay Scanlon, that whole gang. Listen to what she said on MSNBC. She was in a meeting, and I hope it was Rubio that said, "Nah, that's stupid. We're turning off your mic," about Iran. Here's Madeline Dean.
Supreme Court decisions and the rant and raving of the president. We had a conference call. It was not a classified call with Secretary Rubio and Mr. Witkoff, and it was bipartisan, members of Congress, House members, Republicans, Democrats. Mr. Rubio gave a very brief opening, just talking about the shots back and forth over the course of the last 4 days, then sent it open to questions. We didn't learn much of anything. I have to be very, very honest with you.
Oh, of course.
And it was all based on talking about the MOU, the 14-point MOU. I did ask a set of questions to the secretary and to Mr. Witkoff, which really piqued his ire. He cut my mic off and said that he called my question smart-assed and stupid, cut my mic off, and said, "There's your answer." I was simply asking tough questions about who wrote the MOU, why does it sound so in favor of Iran, and from literally paragraph 1, we're already out of sync with what was to happen. I also mentioned the fact, and I think we should never forget, that in this reckless, unconstitutional war, which is what I said to the gentleman on the call, 13 service members have died. We must never forget that. Hundreds
We're not forgetting. Your party is the one that
thousands of
forgets.
Civilians killed throughout the region. But he called me smart-assed, stupid. I think this diplomat or would-be diplomat's been hanging around the president too much.
Oh, nicely played. Thanks, Henry, for culling down that 4.5 minutes of the Dean. Unbelievable. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit is somebody associated with the great outdoors. And, again, who knows what was said there with Madeline Dean. They don't want to forget. Of course, we're the ones that don't want to forget. Their party is AWOL on any of this stuff. Okay, coming up, Jennifer Say. We've had her on a lot. Riley Gaines, Jennifer Say are 1-2. As far as the people that have moved the ball forward, this is a big day on this trans issue. Nothing's going to be definitive because the other side is crazy. They're wedded to this. Remember, I think that's a good thing. We're beating them inch by inch. But if it goes through 2 or 3 more political cycles, you can imagine how damaging it is to tell people, you want to do what? You want to have that male out there beating up on my daughter playing sports? Yeah. He's not a male. He's a trans girl. All right, Jennifer Say next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day Day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, one of our all-time favorites, Jennifer Say, with us, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. You can see her in addition to hearing her. We couldn't think, hey, you got to have Jennifer Say on a day like this, which is a big win, but is not definitive. We're still with 25 states that are still saying that males can beat up on females. Jennifer, how do you read today's decision? What does it do?
Yeah, I think you got it right. 27 states that have laws on the books protecting women's sports, those are upheld as not in violation of Title IX. They are upheld as constitutional. 23 states do not have laws protecting women's sports, and they can continue to do so. So we won, but we're not done. You may have laws protecting women's sports, but you don't have to, is basically the way I would put it.
Is it on your radar screen? Because anytime I get someone prominent on a particular issue, I try to tell them what's going on here if I think it's important. The Democrats here, the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, 9 times or more have moved it to different committees, so it will not come up for a vote. And the reason they've done that is they know a dozen to 40 Democrats might vote for it. It would pass here in Pennsylvania. Are they doing that in other states?
I think you're right. I mean, what I do think we need national legislation. I think we also need state by state legislation. Right. I live in Colorado, which is a deep blue state. I chaired a ballot initiative, which we got enough signatures for, and it will be on the ballot in November. We exceeded the number of signatures necessary by, I think, almost 25%. So, you know, just like in Pennsylvania, everyday normies, everyone thinks it's stupid for boys to compete in girls' sports. Everyone. It's the normal position, right, left, middle. Everybody knows that boys and girls are different. So But for some reason, this ideology has taken hold, and the people with influence on the left in the Democratic Party, and I don't just mean in politics, but in educational institutions, universities, media, etc., are espousing this view that quote unquote trans women are women. And they are so they're, even though they're a minority, it's a very loud minority because they have the mic.
Yeah, well,
Right.
Bill Maher, Jennifer, says it best many times when he's been on with me several times. You go to a dinner party in Beverly Hills, half the parents there have a kid who's trans. He goes to
Right.
one, say, in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, it's 0. So it's a social hysteria that's driven.
Yeah.
And I, as an observer of this, I like it politically because we are winning, but they're going to continue to fight. It's going to take a while to win this.
Yeah.
And that means
I agree.
this is a road, as in 2024, to political success. This cuts through second to none.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, my feeling is, like, how can you vote for someone who doesn't know that
Right.
men and women are different? Like, if you don't have such a fundamental understanding, or you do understand, but you're willing to lie about something so fundamental, you are not fit for office. You're not fit for anything. You're either a moron or a liar. I don't know which one. I don't care. Both make you unfit.
Exactly. So, Jennifer, over the years, how many years has it been now? You were an executive. We talked your story. It's a fabulous one. Big executive. And then the COVID stuff in San Francisco. And then you've bank shot it into this. You have your own clothing line, which is very successful. You brought those two things together. What's it like for you? Do you, Riley Gaines, when we know Riley very well, has to have bodyguards and stuff like this. The hatred's unbelievable. How about with you?
Yeah.
How about with you?
Well, I'm not as, known as Riley, but I definitely get my fair share. Riley and I actually share a few stalkers, which is, we compared notes, we've compared voicemails. There are open police and FBI investigations because of harassment and threats of violence directed at me and my family and my employees. So it's not easy out here in these mean streets, but it's important. And I'm not going to be bullied into silence about something so fundamental. I'm not going to not stand up for my daughter and for little girls and young women across this country. I competed as an elite gymnast as a child. I endured terrible abuse in the sport. And the pressure not to speak up about it for both the athletes and the parents and other coaches who could see it was intense. And even when I did speak up in 2008, I was, dragged across the internet and called every name you can be called. And all I was trying to do was sound the alarm and say little girls deserve safety in their training environment. Well, I was proven right in the end. So we can't let those insults and that name calling, even if it does feel very threatening, we can't let the bad guys win.
Yeah, we've been playing this state senator Weiner, who is big with the trans
Yeah.
community and done all those things. So he's at a trans event, but because they believe it's genocide in Gaza, they go after him too. This is among the top violent groups when they don't get their way, or at least threatening violence.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more. I mean, I'm not a Scott Weiner fan,
Right.
but I almost felt bad for him watching him over the weekend. To your point, he was at a trans march as part of Pride, and it was for Shabbat, actually. I think it was on Friday. He is Jewish. He actually has, taken a position that it is a genocide in Gaza, but he didn't fast enough and kind of vociferously enough for these people. And they harassed him and physically accosted him, and he was chased out of this march that he's attended for 22 years. And I think it's just a lesson. You don't bend a knee. Never bend a knee.
Yes.
It's never going to be enough knees, because now he's on 2 knees and he's supplicant, and it's still not going to be enough, because you know why? Because he's Jewish.
Yes, that's exactly the secret sauce, so to speak, here, too. That's the other problem. Your clothing line, how's that going? Where do we find it?
It's great. We're 2 years old. We make high quality premium athletic gear. You don't need to buy your clothes and your training gear from brands that don't support women. We make men's and women's casual stuff like t-shirts. Team Women is a good one to wear today. I'm on Team Women. But we also make high performance training gear, all the stuff you need to work out in high intensity workouts. So go to xx-xyathletics.com and buy brands that line up with your values.
Jennifer, one other area too. I monitor this and asked you because you would know more day to day. I did see the beach volleyball woman, Carrie, and I forget her last name, but as a pretty prominent Olympian.
Walsh.
That has now jumped into the ring, speaking out publicly. Are we seeing any more women of prominence? Martina Navratilova has pretty much, sometimes she slides back because of the pressure, but there are a few. What's happening on that front?
Yeah, it's a great point. I hadn't seen Carrie Lee Walsh, and she's a 4-time Olympian. I think 3-time gold medalist. I might get some of the facts wrong. And Martina has been a great advocate for the protection of women's sports, despite kind of continuing to be pretty far left. I think we're making progress, but here's what I'll say. We don't have a currently competing star female athlete. Think about the stars, the top 10, 20 stars in women's sports. We don't have any of them saying women's sports must be protected. We don't have any of them that weighed in after the IOC ruling saying women's sports would be for women, saying this is the right decision. Thank you, IOC. Not one. And so I think we still have a long way to go.
Well, I would say we protected Caitlin Clark, so this should be next, right?
Sophie protected Caitlin Clark,
exactly.
I guess.
Well, maybe Sophie Cunningham might be the person that might say something like that. I would think, oh, man, I can't imagine the WNBA then. Jennifer?
Well, she said a little bit, but we want her to be a little stronger. Thank you for having me.
Well, Jennifer, thank you, and thanks for coming back to your previous work, melding it into this work. I admire that tremendously. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Happy 4th.
Thank you. Happy 4th, Jennifer. Jennifer Say here on Talk Radio 1210. The beauty of this to me, the long view. I know we'd rather just say, all right, enough of this nonsense. This is crazy. This is still going on here in Pennsylvania, though. And the bottom line should be, it ends today after this. They're not even going to allow it to come to a vote. It is stunning. But the bottom line is, I would bring this up. You hear me. I try with Stacey Garrity. And if they say to you, well, is that all you got? You're constantly talking about trans with Josh Shapiro. It's got to be maddening running against this guy. The just all-out protection on him is just incredible. It's like Krasner in Philadelphia. That's why I believe you got to take the gloves off. Remember with Judge Dugan? He brings up your wife even tangentially. Stop the thing. I'm not debating anymore. We're going to settle this, you punk. You got to do this with Josh Shapiro. If we continue just to have little forums and debate issues with him, the media gushing for this guy will carry him past us easily. All right, phone lines. They are 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, Reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,017.20.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. During that break, reading a 91-page scathing dissent. Well, I didn't get through all 91 pages from Justice Thomas about the birthright citizen, 91 pages. And essentially making the point, particularly as an African-American, that we know clearly where this came from, what they were trying to do with the South, people that were freed, Emancipation Proclamation, all of that. But these weasels, and another one who is not a total miss, but he's like a, he's like a couple of Phillies relievers. They're not total misses.
There's some good.
Yeah, well, yeah, the guy the other day with 3 walks and 1 inning against the Mets, Kinderchuck. Why am I? No, that's a flyer. Why am I always putting his name?
Yeah, I don't know.
Orion.
It does sound like a reliever name.
Yeah. Anyhow, he's like that. Would you trust him in the big moment? The guy I trust in the big moment to drive it is Alito. I trust Thomas. I pretty much trust Gorsuch. Kavanaugh is relatively, I give him a B plus, not a miss, but not great. Amy Coney Barrett is an F, and it's going down. And John Roberts, as the head of the court, is beyond an F. So we can blame George W. Bush for Roberts. Who do we blame for missing on Amy Coney Barrett? I mean, I think the Trump administration has to dig into that. Who said what and how did they miss on this? You can't miss on this stuff. That's all that it's about. It's political. They're brilliant people, all that. We almost missed on Alito. That wasn't the choice. My God. You think Democrats are going to miss? No. They know Ketanji Brown could roll over tomorrow, doesn't know her name, but she's going to say, I'm against Trump. The wise Latina, Sotomayor, Keegan, the insider. You know what they're going to do. There's no significant ruling I ever remember any of them voting with the Republicans. Maybe a minor thing. They have a day. I don't feel like going into the office. Let's give them that one, But Kavanaugh is suspect also. Well, you're saying you want this? Yes, you're damn right. It's political up and down the line. That's what I want. That's why you win elections. That's what elections are about. Sadly, the power of the Supreme Court means that we have to put people on there that are going to reflect the point of view when we win elections, because that's exactly what Democrats are going to do. I see Mark Thiessen on Twitter saying, well, doesn't this take away the Democrat argument about packing the court today because they ruled on a big one against Trump? No, it doesn't. They don't care about that. They're going to continue to say it. They want 99 judges there every day telling us, different sheriff in town, you don't have your liberty anymore. That's what they want. They don't care how many times they win. And we've won all these appointments. This is not as bad as the 76ers draft over the years. I would say Amy Coney Barrett might be worse than picking Ben Simmons. And I'm telling you, sitting right here, I'm not picking Ben Simmons. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you attack me with a bunch of guys. I'm not picking Ben Simmons.
Yeah, you put this in terms, and even I understand.
Yeah.
That's grave. That's very grave.
Exactly. Yeah. So with Amy Coney Barrett, how did we miss? It's maddening. All I could do is by some of the writings and her appearance before the court, but I'm not talking to her there. If I were a president with somebody I'm going to put on the Supreme Court, I'm going to meet with them easily 50 times for hours, 100 hours or more. I'm going to talk to 5,000 people. That's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to be ready, and I'm not going to miss. But Amy Coney Barrett is like some of the worst number one draft picks that have flamed out incredibly. Roberts, we all said it at the time. Yeah, this guy, suspect, the wife, the whole thing, you remember. Now he's worth $16.9 million, according to a report today. Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom, Henry. Good to talk to you guys. And Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah. So, Dom, I'm listening to you this morning or this afternoon, and I'm thinking, wow, I think I might be anti-Dom because I love the edging. I love the weed whacker. I love I can tolerate the beach with an umbrella and a chair and alcohol. And if the water's too cold or if the water's too hot, I'm out. I can't do it.
I would ban the beach umbrella. You can put that one down too, Gary, in your notes.
I don't know. We could never, ever go on vacation. Ever. Never go on vacation.
What do you need a beach umbrella for?
Because I don't want to be sweaty all the time. I want my tan, sure, but I also don't want to, be glistened up like that.
I can remember very few days where it's that bad. My God.
You don't sweat like me.
Okay.
I can't. God forbid the wind is coming from the west and you got the greenheads coming on the beach. I'm out. Put me in a pool. I'm done.
Well, the greenhead thing, I would say, is unendurable. They got to do now.
I agree.
Brigantine used to be bad, and I don't know what they did. There were rumors there was a nuclear thing there or something because they're not there anymore.
Well, and as far as your guys thinking about who your callers, your listeners are that are or are not great outdoorsmen or outdoorsmen, I will put myself in the great outdoorsman to say I'll be sending a picture to Roe and sending it to Henry and Kirk. My son-in-law, my son, and I climbed and summited Mount Whitney after 37 miles of 3 days hiking back in COVID of 2020 in June.
How high is Whitney?
Mount Whitney is the highest mountain in the continental United States, which is 14,504 feet.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't for correction, but it's just the anti-Dom part of me. I'd rather be in the woods than on the beach because there's many more things to do, in my opinion.
There you go. Well said.
So I'm going to go with, hopefully, it might be a triple play or a double play to Great Outdoors because this guy, this president, the 26th president of the United States, when he was born, he suffered very severe asthma and poor health, and he worked very hard, I'm reading, to be physically strong through exercise and outdoor activities. He's a Harvard grad. He was from New York City, where he was born, and he's the guy who not only established the Park Service, so the great outdoors that we have with the National Park Service. He also is etched. His bust is a monument on the greatest four presidents in my book, out in Mount Rushmore, which is outdoors.
Absolutely. Teddy Roosevelt is an outstanding answer. Thank you. Thanks very much. I have a lot of problems with him, not as much as Woodrow Wilson, but you talk authoritarian, constitution, things of that nature. There's a lot. But, yeah, great outdoorsman. Hard to beat.
I feel like I've never heard that about Teddy. I feel like you bring up Teddy Roosevelt, everyone's like, oh, Teddy, of course.
Yeah.
You're the first one I've ever been like, I don't like some of the things he did.
Yeah, the constitutionally, things of that nature. I get it that he wanted to do what he thought was the right thing and all. And there were trusts to be busted, as Elaine said. But 855-839-1210. All right, coming up, we'll talk at 1:30 with FAIR. They are the premier group out there on immigration, illegal immigration. What does this mean now? Some people saying it's a death sentence for America over the next X number of years. You're going to see people that really don't connect to the country. They just want their kid to have that lottery ticket, that pedigree to be a U.S. citizen if they choose to do it. This was a bad decision today, to put it mildly. Amy Coney Barrett. We might have to ask on the side, who does she like to as a disappointment, all-time disappointments? Might be a good, for me, it was Chris Christie. How was I so wrong? After he hugged Obama and we had that shootout, man, we never talked again after that one. I could feel my cotton mouth going all the way to my forehead, and my headset was off like this. And when he said, I'm going to need some more time with Dom here today. You're right, buddy. You can have all the time you want. All right, 855-839-1210.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
All right, we're enjoying our summer vacation, 4th of July, America's 250th, whatever it is. It's also time to think about your home. Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and even though I'm not with you this week, I know that if you're looking for a contractor who can help, you got to think about my friends at Emmons. EmmonsRoofing.com. Emmons delivers protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons is my go-to contractor for roofing, siding, and windows. And they even have a new bathroom division, and they remodeled the kids' bathroom, and it looks just absolutely amazing. Emmons doesn't just make your home look great, it makes it stunning from the curb. Energy efficient, secure, and ready to withstand the elements. You're going to get top quality, American-made products. It's going to increase your home's value and make your home more beautiful. From lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, to siding that insulates, to windows that blend style and performance, Emmons has you covered. Go to EmmonsRoofing.com. My great friends at EmmonsRoofing.com.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. All right, who is this guy on Twitter? Dan on Twitter. Not our Dan, but Dan Daffer ZZ says, yeah, if it's Smokey the Bear, then it's also going down to the shore. Never. We can have that debate at Mulligan's, and I will jump into the ring off the top rope if someone says down to the shore.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
I agree with
these
that.
are out-of-towners on some news organizations that tried to start that. It's down the shore.
I'd go a step further. I think it's all one word.
Yes,
Down the
I was
shore.
going to get to that. That's
Yeah.
right. It's just one word. Dan, come on, try a little bit better. It's not the same thing as Smokey the Bear. All right, Joe Frazier, Michael Siders on Twitter makes a good point. If the city were so concerned, why did they allow his gym in North Philly on Broad Street, you go by it, to turn into a furniture store? So moving the Joe Frazier statue from South Philly to the Art Museum, I'm fine with that. Guy's a real deal. I had personal experience with him. You know, by that point, he was not, at the Rizzo events, not so good. It was obvious. You can imagine how either he or Muhammad Ali even could walk after some of those battles. I mean, just, you can't imagine Joe Frazier on top. And why was it such big time stuff? And I think it's because they represented two versions of America in some minds. Joe Frazier never wanted to play into that. I do remember, Henry, it's a pretty famous, I don't know if it's still available anywhere. They're doing this thing with Howard Cosell, with the toupee almost coming off. And it was on ABC Sports on a Saturday. He's got both of them there, which was rare. And Frazier took it about being ugly and all that stuff, laughing at Muhammad Ali. And then suddenly called him ignorant. And something about that, it was real. This wasn't fake. And in the fracas, Howard Cosell got knocked over. The toupee may have come backwards. It was quite amazing. And I think from Frazier's point of view, the abuse that he took was incredible. Muhammad Ali was the hero, even though he was the villain to a lot of people because of the war. And those battles were beyond legendary. And people started to realize, man, Joe Frazier is willing to take those shots, and you better knock him out, because if he gets inside, nobody physically could handle that. Even the best could not handle it. So you have the razzle-dazzle of arguably the most electric boxer ever, athlete too, big time. You know, I always say it's Babe Ruth. It's the bigness of it with Muhammad Ali. And then as a foil, you have someone that worked Philadelphia Grit. Slaughterhouse is where he worked, and then became the heavyweight champion a few times, I think. So, yeah, putting his statue there is fine, but the Inquirer then goes off again. Why do we have 3 Rocky statues? Now, you know part of it, what the problem is. Stallone is somewhat friendly or very friendly with President Trump. So as a result of that, suddenly Rocky, something that I would venture to say brings 100 million a year to Philadelphia in one way, shape, or form, or more. It's iconic, legendary, the stairs. So they want to name the stairs the Rocky Frazier stairs. But some of them seem to indicate it really ought to be the Frazier steps. No. You can put Frazier in there. I'm fine with that. He was a great Philadelphian, great champion, legendary. But again, the attacks on Stallone and Rocky, which is your meal ticket here. And I come that way on the drive most days, and I see every day there's at least 20 people midday that are there from out of town somewhere else. Now they go to the top where the Rocky statue is. So putting the Frazier statue in there, and then they go off on who else should deserve a statue. And it's the usual suspect. They don't say Pope Leo yet. I want to get to the Pope, though, right now. Then I'm coming to your calls. 855-839-1210. So the Pope, I don't know if he brought all the cardinals, but apparently it was a big deal. Pope Leo brought a bunch of cardinals, and there are hundreds of them, to Rome to tell them his new work, what he's going to be doing, because of Vance, principally, Trump, and somewhat Rubio. And that is, he wants them to help him craft a new definition of a just war. The Pope, who won't deign to come here to Philadelphia, of course, says they are using the just war doctrine as an excuse. And he goes through this long, I'm not going to read all this, about how peace certainly is the way to work with the Iranians. But he doesn't like the just war doctrine, leaving open there is not only an excuse, but I would say a moral mandate. I would say we have a moral mandate that other presidents violated to stop the Iranians from getting a nuclear weapon. In other words, this isn't just a good thing. It's something you must do. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Now, this brilliant, educated Villanovan, the Pope, Leo the Pope, apparently thinks that that's out of bounds. So, look, we know his lane is always to talk about peace. That's fine. Okay, that's biblical. Okay, we get all that. But getting rid of the just war doctrine. So let me add, I see this guy at a certain point, if he's in there long enough, and he probably will be, saying to be a Catholic in good standing, you must be against capital punishment. I don't know about you. I'm never going to be against capital punishment, with the following rules, guardrails that we've talked about. I don't mean just willy-nilly, but as something to be done. No, it is biblical. It is just. It's effective if you do it enough. It's the right thing to do. So this guy is a menace, wanting to take apart the just war doctrine. That Vance really sticks in their craw because he's a converted Catholic again, and he talks many times religiously about various things, and that drives him nuts. So it's not just Trump. I think the just war doctrine, I don't know if it's been there for thousands of years, something like that, is perfectly where we should be. There are just ones, and this is a just war. The Iranians are evil. The Iranians are not just evil to their own people. The Iranians are a threat, as we've seen, to the entire world. Yeah, but Dom, so are the Chinese. Yes. The answer to that is we've let it get to a point we can't do too much about the Chinese unless it's going to be an all-out combat. The Iranians, there's still time to stop them. So what would the Pope say? Imagine, Pope Leo, the world wakes up, you hear Iran has a nuclear weapon. Could this guy be this is he oblivious, or is he this just downright hateful of what's going on with Vance, Rubio, Trump, and this situation. Because his position makes no sense. Who in the world doesn't see what they're up to, even now? How much have we talked to them? What do you mean the just war doctrine is just being used as an excuse? No, Trump ran on not getting involved in wars. And that's still one of his biggest beliefs. It was quite a turn for Republicans. So you can't tag him with wanting wars. But when you see what they were up to and how close they were, you're going to say, nope, can't do it. No just war anymore. All right, how do we elect guys like this? How did he get elected as the first American pope? All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all I need you to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. But this is a big development. He brings umpteen Cardinals to Rome, and they discuss for a couple of days his grand plan. He wants help, says the Vatican News, in developing a new form of so-called just war. He doesn't like it, that it's too easy to go to war and say, just war, you can't do anything. This guy is worse than Francis. I said that in the beginning. He's every bit as liberal, progressive. He's smarter. He's a lot younger. He's not addled all over the place. He's gone right down Broadway. And he has the nerve to get the Liberty Medal, but not come here to pick it up. And he's an American. Not in Dom's book. I don't think he is. And as far as the just war, this is a just war. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Phil in Delaware on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon again. And I guess we'll do the Happy Hanukkah thing.
Why not?
Okay. All right. What's your side today, Phil? Go ahead.
At least, like they said, 8 crazy and wild nights.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, my thing is around the holidays, you have all these cartoon holiday specials, and what do? They love being around the campfire with s'mores and marshmallows. That's what camping and campfires are all about.
That is the centerpiece. Yep, definitely. That's a good one. All right, we're looking in honor of National Alaska Day. Something or someone that connects the great outdoors. I'm telling you, with Pope Leo, though, this is serious business. Does he really think, if he comes out with this new doctrine, that we're going to follow that he's going to have enough people that just hate Trump? The Catholic vote this time around. Let's say it's Rubio or Vance. Oh, they're not following the just war doctrine here. Yeah, they don't care. Iran wakes up. We wake up, they have a nuclear weapon. The Pope would tell you, well, so do a lot of places have it. This is stupid in addition to everything else. This is so far outside the lane. You can talk about maybe the Pope would like to go and talk to the Iranians. Why has he not suggested that? I'd be fine with that. Let him be on the meeting. Let's hear what he has to say to the Iranians. And let's see their laughter about this. He's a willing fool for them. Not sure why, but that's what he is. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join WPHT and Nick Hale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NIC1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org. Promo code NIC1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
The June heat is here and Philadelphia humidity is officially on the rise. Don't wait for the AC to start working overtime to realize the windows are failing. Call Window Nation now. During the June sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Upgrade the entire house and get half of those windows absolutely free. Plus, get started with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. The experts at Window Nation provide a weather-tight seal in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big on those utility bills. Schedule your fast, free consultation today at windownation.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Dom Giordano show, looking for something associated with the great outdoors. People celebrating today in Springfield, Ohio. Remember them with the Haitians, and tip of the hat to Henry, and getting on the people from Charleroi who were inundated here because the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do this stuff of bringing people into the country and then saying temporary protected status and then just rolling it over and allowing them to stay here forever. Why are the Democrats doing it? We know why. These are their voters, just like criminals are the voters. Just like a 17-year-old's probably their voters. Up and down the line, this is what they always go for. That's what they're going to push for. So kudos to Springfield, Ohio, for having that opportunity. Now, wanted to mention one more thing and be delicate about this. Tom Kean, important seat over in Jersey, much contended. I happen to see that he went back, junior. He's the son of the former governor. Congress in New Jersey. He was out for hundreds of votes, really making things difficult in this race. So he speaks today and says, well, this is because of how difficult it is to say depression. I was diagnosed with depression. I think Mike Johnson gently said, really? Because he said, I urged him to be transparent to come out and say it. In this day and age, is that something that will be used against you? Now, if you're a president, the nuclear, all this type of stuff, and we're into a different realm here. But if you're a congressman, is depression something? So, he should have come back. He should have revealed this. He should have taken away the mystery. And the GOP head put a directive out attacking his opponent, I guess in the primary, or the other side, I forget which one it is, saying she ought to step down because of how malicious she's been, calling him a coward. haven't we resolved pretty much the notion that if it's some mental thing, then we're going to be adult about it? Now, that doesn't mean, as I said, though, if I knew a president was treated for depression in this manner, that's what he said in the hospital that period of time, I'm not going to, well, you can't say anything. No, I'm going to take a look at that. I mean, the presidency is one area. There's probably a few other areas where we should look at various physical disablers, but something emotional or mental, yes. So amazing. You know, how many times have they asked him about this? We've gone through it, all this mystery. And here it's just apparently garden variety, if there is such a thing, depression. I'm not sure what advice he's getting politically, that this would be that damaging or whatever. In fact, I would argue if handled correctly, you could say there's an upside to this in that you deal with it, you're going to be involved in fighting it through various groups, et cetera. And I think people take to that. Now, if you're president, yeah, it is going to be a problem, rightfully so. Some office like that. I don't know about governor, but if in his case, I think this was a mistake not to come forward with it up until now. All right, Kirk, you can go first on this one. I'm looking at a big survey out there today. What is the number one, quote, American food, according to a massive survey? I was surprised at this, just to give you an idea.
The number one food?
Yes.
Cheeseburgers.
Cheeseburger. Well, that's very centric to Philadelphia. I don't know, out there in Idaho, give me that cheeseburger that Kirk's talking about.
Okay. Sure they would.
Yeah?
You don't, I think cheeseburgers, yeah, very American.
Absolutely.
Or if you're in Coeur d'Alene or you're in Harrisburg.
All right, but you're going to go with that one?
No.
Too? Okay.
So when you say American, do you mean by consumption or just like when people say America, you think this food? Is it more?
It's more people say this. They think this is the number one food.
I'll say hot dog. It's same side of the coin, but like, yeah, I'd say hot dog. I don't know why.
I would say hot dog, too.
4th of July, the hot dog eating contest.
It is not cheeseburger, but it is the hamburger.
Oh.
Well, same thing.
Yeah, a little bit different.
Okay. Hamburger stinks.
The second place is barbecue.
Yeah, that was going to be my next guess if it wasn't hot dog.
Third place, apple pie.
I was going to say that.
Ah, shoot. Yeah, that was.
I would think that would be number one, though. And then
we're in the summer, so it's on our mind maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
I would go with the hot dog, though.
Yeah.
As the more American food than just the dull hamburger.
Yeah,
that's why I went with
it's not on that top three there. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, let's go to Robert Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys. I heard you talking about Webelos. That was what stopped me from continuing in Cub Scouts. When you turn 11, they say that you're a Webelo now. And that's when I said, well, I'm probably not going to be in scouting anymore because if you live in an orphanage and you say that you're a Webelo, you're committing social suicide.
Oh, boy.
Also, whenever I see a Supreme Court score, just the score, I know who wins. If it's 6-3, Republicans did well. If it's 5-4, we lost.
That's exactly right. One vote, on these major things. That's it. Yep.
Absolutely. And it just seems like you're right in that she wants to be the next John Roberts. She thinks she might be the next Chief Justice if she keeps doing what she's doing. And you're right. It's a big mess. And I don't know why Republicans miss so much when Democrats – I mean, they say you don't have a litmus test, but it's so obvious if the Democrats have their litmus test, it's not even funny.
Well, Robert, if Republicans would at least now, I don't mean in a panic way, give this, sadly, we're living in a world where 5-4 dominates our lives. They ought to be holding together the best people they have and going through everything they can think of. I just think not enough of them. I mean, I would have someone like you in there. I'd have people out there in the real world saying, how did we miss this with her? It's not just her writings. What were the interviews like? Couldn't you see the Roberts thing here? This has to be as exhaustive as anything you can possibly do.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell because the Democrats attack anybody that is put up as a Republican.
Right.
So when you listen to the one out in California, the one that was really old and retired, I'm forgetting her name off the top of my head, not Barbara Boxer, but the other one. She was saying, "Oh, the Christianism is strong in you," and she was acting like this woman wasn't fit for office. And now they got a teammate. You know what I mean? It's really weird, Dom. I don't know how you can stop it. I think that you just need to go and look at what they did in their career and not take anything less than what you want to be on the bench. I mean, we're settling, it seems like, because we're afraid the Democrats are going to say, no, you can't have this. After they filibustered Bork, I mean, everything was blown off the lid, man. The Republicans lost their advantage right there, if you ask me.
Yeah, and Robert, I'm glad you mentioned that. Just a little anecdote. I remember what a moment it was. Oh, my God. Robert Bork himself came on when Arlen Specter lost the last time, and they called the station and said, can I come on with it? Robert Bork I have on. And, the sonorous, he must have been smoking when he was doing it. Laying out Arlen Specter. Oh, the brilliance was unbelievable. And Specter called in after that and wanted to put a double-decker over the Schuylkill Expressway if we would elect him.
Well, if they were to argue over Scottish law, I'm sure Arlen would have done a lot better. But, when it comes to American law, my goodness.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to get to my side answer. When I was scouting, they took us out camping, Dom. And when they gave us s'mores, our energy picked up. We were kind of rammy, running around. So they took us out on a thing called a snipe hunt, hunting for snipes. And they would break us up into groups of three. One guy held a big bag. One guy held two sticks that he hit together. And another guy kept an eye out for snipes. And you're out there for an hour, 2 hours, and by the time you get back, you're tired. But the kicker is there's no such thing as a snipe, Dom. They actually took us out there in the dark woods to get us tired looking for a bird that doesn't even exist. Now, there is another type of snipe that duck hunters like to hunt, but there's no snipes running around in the woods, so we ran around in the dark for 2 hours for nothing. But at least we slept good that night. You guys have a great night,
thanks,
all right?
Robert. It sounds like great pedagogy to me. They figured out, okay, kids, the sniping. This is what you've been waiting for. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with FAIR. These are the premier people when it comes to immigration in America, not just against illegal immigration, but the idea of what is it to be a citizen and what did today mean. Look, the Trump administration failed on this due to Amy Coney Barrett and Johnny Roberts. But I give a lot of credit. Trump is the guy, let's go through it, that said, you know what, this birthright citizenship. I mean, I know that when Trump hears something like the right to try law, what do you mean you can't try to take some medicine that might save you because some doctor says you should? Or something like birthright citizenship. He goes, well, what do we have to lose? Remember, we even went to court on this. And it was deemed a long shot to win. What am I missing here? Well, I'm missing Amy Coney Barrett. And what a disappointment this is. Again, Roberts, we've known it for years. Imagine if we had on the court brilliant people, but brilliant people that would see something like birthright citizenship, and of course saying it has nothing to do with what they said it is today. Picture a couple more Alitos there, what the country would be like. But instead, Robert's right. When it's 5-4, you know what that means. It's gone the other way. I was sitting down the shore, Henry, doing the show. Patrick Kennedy was in the on-deck circle. Come on. And I liked him. It was going to be heated, but... and the Obamacare decision came down. And John Roberts said, it is a tax. And Obama said it wasn't. That's how he got it through. And that's why it should be illegal. But since nobody else, they let it go. There were one report that said Obamacare was struck down. And then the next report 5 minutes later said, no, that's a mistake, misinformation. Obamacare stands. I didn't bring Patrick Kennedy on because the audience was it was like holding hands, at a funeral for the next, particularly when it's ripped away from you. All of these Republican picks on the Supreme Court, how many would you say the Sixers missed with number 1 draft picks?
Oh, man.
Ben Simmons.
During the process. We're talking number 1 overall or just their top pick?
Yeah, top pick. Yeah.
Let's see. Nerlens Noel.
Couldn't shoot.
Michael Carter-Williams.
Couldn't shoot.
Oh, man.
Ben Simmons wouldn't shoot
obviously,
and couldn't shoot.
Markelle Fultz.
Couldn't shoot, wouldn't
Zaire
shoot.
Smith. Yeah.
Never played.
Yeah.
My God.
Bad.
Yeah. Well, that's Souter. That's Amy Coney Barrett.
Mhm.
That's Johnny Roberts.
Ugh.
Johnny Roberts is the Ben. No, I think Amy Coney Barrett's the Ben Simmons. Unbelievable. All right, coming up, we'll talk with Fair about the birthright citizenship. What can you do next? Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Hey, let's talk for a moment. America is turning 250, and Rescue Natural Supplements is celebrating in a big way. For a limited time, honor 250 years of freedom with a special Rescue Savings event. Buy any 2 or more single bottles and save 50%. Use the code FREEDOM250. That's right. Mix and match your favorite premium supplements and enjoy half off every bottle. Whether you're looking for quality omega-3s, natural cholesterol solutions, weight loss, or joint comfort formulas, now's the perfect time to stock up and save. For over 40 years, Rescue has delivered research-backed wellness solutions and high-quality ingredients you can trust. And with prices rising everywhere, there's never been a better time to save on the supplements that you need most. Just go to res-q.com to mix and match site-wide and use that code FREEDOM250. Or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, because freedom feels even better when you're saving 50%. Shop online, save now at res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM250.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
PNC Bank prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited about serving our great region. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly planted the seeds to sprout brilliant results for equally brilliant clients. As fans themselves, they love your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams across Greater Philadelphia ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
The hot air mass continues to build across the Delaware Valley. Today we'll have plenty of sunshine, still not very humid.
with a high of around 92. For tonight, partly cloudy, low 72 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs, and a heat warning goes in effect on Wednesday. Plenty of sunshine, hot and more humid with a high 98.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome in, everyone. It is Dom time. So the go-to over the years for immigration, legal immigration, citizenship, illegal immigration, has been FAIR. Joining us from FAIR is FAIR's Deputy General Counsel, Chris Hayek, joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. A lot of famous Hayeks, Chris. Any family line there?
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, there's Selma Hayek, but then there's the brilliant economist. I don't know which one I'd rather have in studio. Let's see. Him or Selma Hayek? Probably Selma Hayek. I hear she knows amazing stuff about the stock market. Yes.
It might be better for ratings to have her.
Exactly. So, Chris, this sadly was kind of expected today. The tip, I guess, may be that Kavanaugh was going to go this way, but Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts, again, what is it that they're hanging on here that we are missing?
Well, I think it's the failure of the conservatives in this case, both among the government lawyers and the conservatives on the court, to understand their own prior precedent, Wong Kim Ark. And now that ship has sailed. They got it wrong. And they never grappled with certain passages, a certain passage in that case that would produce a very different rule than the one they just said Wong Kim Ark stood for. In particular, the court said, if you're a subject of the Emperor of China and you're living here, you are subject to our jurisdiction so long as you are permitted by the United States to reside here. Now, what does that mean? It obviously means if you're not permitted by the United States to reside here, you're not subject to the jurisdiction.
Right.
And it clearly said that. Nobody mentioned that. Not a single one of these opinions that go on for pages.
I'm very surprised. And Chris, I saw this too. You just mentioned the key word. It was about jurisdiction, which means power over you. Here, we're giving power over people to come here and subvert our very jurisdiction by what they're doing.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, we're giving. I mean, an American citizen is not like a subject. An American citizen is part of the sovereign people. So you get new citizens. They share in the power to vote and control the government of this country.
So, Chris,
there's an element of consent involved,
sure.
And that's not present.
Talking with Chris Hayek. Chris, does it go too far? Some, and I know I'm friendly with him, Todd Starnes. I wouldn't put this up on Twitter, but okay, saying this is the death warrant of America over time because constitutionally now this is it. The only thing would happen is a constitutional amendment. If we can't win on this, I don't know that we're going to see people jump in there to lead a constitutional amendment to changes.
Right. I don't know what's going to happen with that or what would happen, but what this means is that, this birthright citizenship is a consequence of lots of illegal immigration. What we have to concentrate on now is reducing the number of illegal immigrants who are here. We can't have so many. It's 300,000 children a year who become citizens when they're born to illegal aliens, and 20,000 a year born to tourists. And they go home and grow up outside of the United States, but they're citizens.
Yeah, those numbers
it really makes the problem of illegal immigration and the challenge presented by it sharper. I mean, we have to solve that, or else we have this problem.
Chris, talk about this. How does it relate to so-called chain migration, where you can start to see not just the kid in this case, but others now bank shotting into that and being able to be here?
Oh, right. If you're a citizen born, then you can probably start going for the chain migration. Sure, which is letting your relatives in legally.
So, Chris, you're with one of the preeminent organizations over the years that I've seen. What has to be done next, then, in your view?
On this issue, I think what has to be done next is redoubled efforts to combat illegal immigration. It's more serious now than it would have been.
Do you buy any of the polling? Because I buy some of this because of the media manipulation that says, bluntly, Chris, Trump doesn't get that much credit. The picture of illegal immigration where we are is not the border being shut down because it's a non-story, because nothing's happening. It's when we have a flare-up with ICE because it is messy to try to extract people that are here, like we saw in Minnesota, but beyond Minnesota. It's not like TV. If people resist, if there's a bunch of people there, anything can happen. So maybe they're a bit gun-shy at this point to continue to deport. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it has to be done with an eye toward the media, but it can still be done, and it should be. If we don't have the ability to deport people, we don't have a border. However secure it might be, if it ever becomes less so, they're just going to flood over because they know there's no consequence.
Absolutely. So, Chris, where do we find FAIR? Where do we go?
FAIR US, one word, FAIRUS.org.
Thank you, Chris, very much. Thanks for the work you guys do. Have a great 4th of July.
You too.
All right, Chris Hayek here. Yeah, the most famous conservative economist that talked a lot about economic factors that lead to living a life, not physically, but economically, of slavery. And then Selma Hayek. All right, Henry, bring them both. One's deceased. So Selma will have to be the person in
I'll
studio.
settle for Selma.
Yes. All right, so 855-839-1210. Hit us with something outdoors, somebody or something associated with that. You heard what he said, that this is quite a intentional effort not to take a look at the reality of this, of what it means over the course of time. So you can close down the border until the next Democrat gets in there, flood us again, and then what are we going to do? It's going to continue to degenerate. I'm looking today at this election, another primary out in Denver, where the woman there, we played it the other day, is somebody her parents got in a diversity lottery from Ethiopia, and she attacks every American institution. How do you get to come here and do this and be an ingrate? Great numbers are, and that's where the danger. Think of Omar as the face of this. But this woman, I think, is going to win tonight. You're going to hear the stories tomorrow. Socialism is alive again, and we're going to see a whole lot more of it. Cut 5, Henry. Here's Dave Portnoy. We're trying to get on. He's got a book out. He was on with Jesse last night, the Barstool guy, and the pizza guy. Got to get him on so I can ask about folding the pizza. That might be a brawl right there. Who knows?
Oh, man.
Yeah. Here is Portnoy talking about being in New York. Could he run against, pretty colorful character, could he run against Mondani in New York? Cut 5.
Losing my mind on what's happening right now, especially in New York. Yeah. I mean, you got the Nazi in Maine. This really, really, really worries me. So
you
I'm not
might
sure.
run against Mondani.
I would love to run against. If I was going to run, it would be here. Can I win here? I have no idea. I don't know the demographics, whether I get enough votes. There's a lot of people who like me in New York City. I know that. I've done a lot of good in New York City when I wasn't thinking about politics, whether it's the Barstool Fund, pizza places. So it wasn't for show. I've had a real job. I've done real things, unlike these clown politicians who have never had a job and never been in the real world for a day.
Right.
But the people voting for these people who just won are like these young, white, like Ivy League-ish, elite-ish women. It's like, who are they? Like, they'll never vote for me. They'll never believe in common sense.
When you're unhappy, you want to make other people unhappy, and that's the key. Dave?
All right, so there's Portnoy. I'd give him no chance. Mondani, last night on CNN, they were talking about he is the left's masculine ideal. Just look at him. He's got a beard. He loves the Knicks. He's a masculine ideal, this maniac jumping into a pool in a full suit. Do you remember when his advanced team went, the bench press? It looked to be incredibly light. And in typical participation trophy manner, they had to pretend like they were only helping spot him when really they were pushing the weight up. He was about ready to be crushed by it. This guy, look, Plattner, I get one version, the Slav version of males. But who is the ideal male on the left? They're saying Mondani. Just look at that smile. Look at those suits. Look at that bench press. You don't get that everywhere else. All right.
The worst part is I think they might be right.
Oh, he is their best choice.
He might be their best choice, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see Chuck Schumer being very masculine.
Like Booker, maybe, I guess, but he cries
Booker,
a little too much.
Yeah, true. And he was a football player.
Yeah.
But, I'm trying to think of any of the males on that side. Oh, man, it's a very limited. Jerry Nadler, very limited field. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty, tested, shaped, and lived.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts, It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time, and I'm glad that attorney from FAIR mentioned at least a little bit of what was missed, the common sense in this whole thing. You have some Daily Wire people calling Amy Coney Barrett a DEI hire. I don't see that. That's ridiculous. But things are missed here. You cannot miss on the Supreme Court. They don't. Well, we should be better. We should miss occasionally. No, we shouldn't. That's not the way it works. Let's go to Greg in the Northeast, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Dom. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Well, on your last guest, you asked him, and I'm sitting there yelling at the radio, what are we missing as people, as asking the question, how are we missing this answer? It seems so simple to every other person that I talk, every person I talk to. And these are supposed to be the most brilliant minds. Is there something more judicial? What is the reason behind it? How can it not be how come no one has an answer that people can understand in layman's terms?
Oh, you're talking about well, as I said to him too, the idea of jurisdiction was to say that black people who were freed were not going to be dragooned again by the South, by the Confederacy, and somehow or another this is morphed into people come here, do whatever they want, invade the country, drop a kid, the kid's a citizen, and then they all get to come here.
Right, and how about, he said it, you have tourists come over here, 20,000 a year, have a child,
right,
and that's a citizen.
Yep.
You can't do that in any other part of the world. Well, there has to be an answer. There's still no answer from these brilliant minds, apparently. There's nothing that's described that makes it easier for us to understand.
That is a perfect guess. I mean, I've read this. I looked at Thomas, 91-page dissent. Alito was the best. And he talked about the danger. You know what this is like, too, Greg? It weakens in the minds of people. To your point about not understanding, the election integrity 5 days after the polls close. Everybody knows that's wrong. Same thing with this. And people get upset and feel, why bother? The cards are stacked against us.
Right, but I get it. But with the mail-in balloting, they put it back to the states a little more. They left a little opening, so there's a little maneuverability there. I don't see any now that they're allowing it.
No,
the
only thing that we could do is a constitutional amendment. Doesn't seem to be an appetite for that, though.
Got it. And I was the one to give you the gas update. Almost all the gas down south, all of it is sub 380.
All right,
you can get some 320s and 330s.
Before you give me your side, I wanted to I have it on my chart here. I went by. They're still doing it. What do we make? And Trump has said something's wrong with this. The Sunoco over in Rittenhouse, as you enter the drive, is still at $4.99 and 9/10. Wow. How is this possible?
That is, you know what it is? Because people just don't put. If you ever go there, I've gone there before just to get drinks, and I am very inquisitive. I will look at next time you go by, get something to drink. Look at the gas tank, and you'll see $2.50, $6. They rent it so low that they're just getting enough to get more gas. That's all it is. Nobody's filling their car up. You take a look at the gas tanks, and you'll see that.
Well, I hope you're right, because it is outrageous. So, Greg, what's your side?
On my side, it's not anybody or anything. It's the total magnificence of the great outdoors. If you stand on the beach and you look at the ocean, we're a grain of sand. And I drove a lot of driving through the mountains, and when you go some of these roads and you look out, and it's miles and miles and miles of trees in nature, we are nothing when you think about it. It is so magnificent that we're part of it. Every bird, every bear, every, cat, bird. It's just a magnificent thing. I don't think there's an answer. I don't know we can have a single answer of what makes nature the way it is, but I say magnificence.
That is a great answer. That is a real, and I'm glad, we're centering in on the beach because remember the former mayor of North Wildwood said after you're 10 feet in the water in North Wildwood, you're in the wilderness. There's always going to be sharks out there. That was wild. I completely forgot debating Linda Kearns and went, this is good stuff. It was nuts. Okay, that's what we're looking for. We have Dom's Money Melody. Here's the headline from Politico. Trump said gas prices would fall after the war, defying the experts. So far, he's right. We're not even out of the war. We have this cockamamie thing with the Iranians and that. We're not even clear of them, and gas prices have come down substantially. What do we make, though? Look, I know they're going to charge more. They think they're sitting on top of a gold mine right there before the drive over in Rittenhouse. And I'm not suggesting any laws or anything. But I think it's a monument to public stupidity. And I differ with Greg. I see people putting a good bit of gas in there. They're paying $5 a gallon. Is this the only place in the world you can fill up with gas? Now, these guys, Lance, you got to go in and get a little interview with them. It's America, they'll probably say, and we can charge it. I get the Chestnut Hill dopes there. I get that. But why on the way to the drive? Even Rose noticing it. We were driving the other day in Roxborough. A few blocks apart, one is 50 cents less than the other. It's unexplainable. But I think they're thinking, you know what? People are going to pay it. It's just that simple. But Politico's saying Trump was right about this. They have fallen, and they'll fall a lot more if we actually get out of this. All right, more calls coming up, 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at ClosetFactory.com. That's ClosetFactory.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, coming up, noted attorney Tom Rosemont and Mr. Melvin is saying, we're going to trigger these people. And we know they're violent, they're crazed. You can't be saying biological male, biological female. I would say, with some of the trans activists, that is something that's going to get quite a response. Many of them are also anti-Semitic. There's crossover. So it's a genocide thing. Big-time news organization. Notice I didn't say leading. Wide coverage. They have to say, if you hear us saying biological male or biological female, which is at the height of this versus the mythology, realize we're only saying that because that's what the Supreme Court did. We would never say biological male or biological female, would you, Mr. Melvin? That would be triggering. So I see this as the perfect issue. It is a loser politically, but it's going to take a longer period of time to drive this home. The issue, as you know, that's dear to my heart the most, maybe, that should be a winner, but it doesn't grab people enough, is what Democrats are doing here in Pennsylvania on school choice. Think of these people in Northeast Philadelphia. Are they just going to wake up and say, how do I vote for Pat Gallagher or Sean Doherty, Johnny Doc's nephew, great Irish Union guys, when they're cutting scholarships for their kids? They're the target here. How in the world does that happen? But it does, day after day after day. I got to say that I don't see big turnout watching Fox hour after hour on the National Mall. Now, it's only Tuesday. So, the closer we get to the 4th of July by Friday, but it does seem to be pretty slim pickings there of people going in and out.
Well, who can just take off and go out there?
That's right.
Now?
Yeah. So, but I wouldn't gloat and say, oh, my God, look at the number of people that are here either. I would avoid that. Just let the picture, let people see what they want. That's probably the better way of doing it. Then if you get a big day and you want to say that, okay, you can. Tom in Rosemont, it's been months on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tom, afternoon.
Hey, Dom. It really hasn't been months. I've been following my soccer hatred for the last couple of weeks.
Well, I've added to the top 10 list of words or phrases that I hate. Lemon Hill. If I hear Lemon Hill one more time, Lemon Hill.
Dom, you got to go up and check it out, though. It's great up in Lemon Hill.
Lemon Hill.
I'm sure it's fabulous.
Did they give lemons out? Yes.
Probably no birthright systems there, Dom. So I'm calling in to defend Amy Coney Barrett. She agrees with the conservatives on the court more than 90% of the time on abortion, on guns, on campaign finance, on women in sports, on religion, on criminal matters as well. Yes, I disagree with her, some of her decisions. I think she got it right as a textualist on the 14th Amendment. It is extremely clear, and when you start going down the rabbit hole of chasing intent and modern interpretation, you're really becoming a liberal. That's what liberals do. You know, the
So,
evolving
Tom,
Constitution.
what was clear? We can take you through this. One alleged attorney, me, to you, a real one. As I read it, this was clearly put in to stop the South from going after black people and talking about jurisdiction and talking about citizenship. How have we mangled that? The Constitution's not a suicide pact to be interpreted here, where people are invading the country to get phony citizenship.
Because none of that, while it was in these debates, is in the text. And I will tell you, as an attorney who took a few extra steps than you did, but not necessarily better, that legislative discussions and all that, none of that is binding. Only the words are binding. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah,
Look,
yeah.
Great minds can disagree. Dom, you and I are both great minds. You're wrong on safeties. Okay, I'm just saying that.
That's one of my most number one. Let me see. Capital punishment, always be in favor of, and always be in favor of safeties. I'd rather give up on capital punishment than safeties. That's how much I believe in it.
Tom, you're a man of principle. So,
What's your side today, Tom?
You know, it's funny. It doesn't always live up to the hype, but if you see a sign that says scenic overlook,
yes,
you got to go look.
That's a good one.
Sometimes it merits it, and sometimes it doesn't, but you have to look.
Thank you, Tom. Great caller over the years, Henry. It's back like 30 years, I think, or so. There's usually on soccer.
Yeah.
But
I gotta be loving this.
We've never polled you guys. Kirk strikes me as a guy who believes in savesies. I don't.
Savesies? What is that? I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay.
I'm
well,
sorry.
that's a problem already.
Yeah.
In other words,
that's even
you
worse.
dig out your spot.
Yeah.
You park in there. No one else can get that spot. You can put a ship's anchor in there. You could put a kid sitting there on a beach chair in there.
Is this the same thing as shoveling out a parking spot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if I park it, I'm keeping a spot. I want a spot. I mean,
there are something, if it's all day and the person literally goes in there for a minute, okay. But we're talking about people that philosophically think you don't have a right to that you've earned it. Henry?
No, I think that comes into, if you have a tight community, I do think savings applies, but, I think a lot of streets out here, it's a dog-eat-dog world, and
you're not wrong.
There are no savesies. So I'd like to play by the savesies rules. I just don't know if it's realistic.
Oh, yeah, where you are in Center City.
Yeah.
You talk about transient and all that.
Right, yeah.
I remember the moment a guy called me from South Philly trying to say, I don't know South Philly, and he was against savesies. I revoked his South Philly ship right there on the scene and said, see me after the show down there. It was like 20th and Morris or something. So of course it savesies. My God, some of those streets in South Philly, if you don't have savesies, it's insane.
Yeah, you're toast.
Oh, I know. I have to hear from someone. I know Kirk hasn't, but I've never, nor would I. Ro went to church. I took her in Roxborough, Manioc, and it was on Rector Street. But surrounding streets, I did my walk. You're really into walking here for work and all. You go up those hills 3 or 4 times, even a light jog.
Man.
What in the world propels those people during the winter, though? What do they do?
I have no idea. That's a good point.
I mean, it's two-way.
Yeah.
Not with parking on both sides. It's hilly beyond belief. Icy.
Pray.
Well, I guess if you grew up there. But moving
secrets.
there, you got to go, where do I park my car? Guess what? That's the problem.
I was going to say where I live, it's on a busy street, so I have to park around the corner, and it's like the parking, especially here in Center City, it's like parking as like a premium. You have to literally find a spot close enough so you have to walk out boonies. So yeah, I would rather, if you're going to be there for a hot minute, 5 at most, but as far as actually leaving, that's a whole different story altogether.
Well, I was going to call Henry today. I found a spot in the lot, but there were 2 other spots, bad parking, that were there, and they missed by 1.5 foot in my judgment.
That drives me nuts too.
That's where the press lot gets annoying, because it's just like we could fit another car in here. We really could if you guys just weren't so selfish.
And not riding SUVs into Center City.
Yeah, and it falls under the selfish umbrella. Don't take a huge, 3-row car. Take a sedan.
There you go. The sedan rule. All right, we're working on that behind the scenes. 855-839-1210. Some heavy hitters coming up. Now, I see this clearly with Amy Coney Barrett that we missed. I don't know about the 90th percentile. In some of these big cases, like the 5-day rule after the election, look at the impact of this. You mean to say this is clear cut? We want integrity in the system. Do you know how that downgrades it? The Mississippi case. But the birthright citizenship, I just think, was too big of a moment for the Supreme Court, and they blinked. They had to go through a lot of legal mumbo jumbo. There's no way this is the same thing as when this originated, that we have people invading the country, wanting to have citizenship, wanting to go back home. One of the biggest problems we have, it's not just being invaded. It's a fact that you have great numbers of people that don't buy into what I think are fundamental American principles. And a lot of them are Democrats, progressives. We don't need more of that. You could see there is not anything, name something important that everybody agrees on. It would be very hard put to do that. President Trump just saying, if retailers don't, big problems lie ahead, start targeting around the $2.50 a gallon number. That's what he's calling for. They're too high considering oil is now $68 a barrel. Mr. President, I'd love to, I would tell Trump, this would be, if I were advising him, all right, Mr. President, call this Sunoco, and we give him a map over there, engage these guys. Hey, why are you charging $4.99 and 9/10 right now? And he's intimidating them. They're going to stand with the guys charging $4.99 and 9/10.
Yeah,
I think it's price gouging. I'm not going to lie. It's been like that for a while now, and everything. All the other gas stations are cheaper than that. I think it's price gouging. That has to be.
It is, but I think I'm not going to stop them. I just think, how is the public not educated on this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and what is the pressure? I mean, I have gone by there in the past. I might have gotten years ago something. I would never get anything in there. I mean, if I need a blood transfusion, they had it there. I'm going to say, Ro, just get me to the hospital. Just do that. And I start babbling, savesies, capital punishment, going to this gas station. Do not go there if they want to continue to do $4.99 and 9/10. Even Politico, as anti-Trump as they are, says Trump was right. Prices are coming down. Are there stations out there that are still at $5?
Yeah,
I've heard that. My God,
that's crazy.
It's because it's just like they know. Like, what are you gonna do? Not get gas?
Well, don't you think there's got to be almost anywhere in the city a gas station within a half mile to a mile?
Right, you would think, but I don't know. Someone who's low on gas, they get a little antsy. They go, I need a gas station.
No, with that, I agree. I hear you.
And that's all they're looking for is just some sucker who maybe waited a little too long and.
Yeah, but
I'm pulling in here. I didn't even look up at the sign.
I don't share Greg's though. I see these people standing there for quite a while. I think they're filling up. And
they probably are.
I know they're filling.
Well, they're not. Yeah, they don't know. They just saw a gas station. They must think, oh, that must be what everyone else is charging. It's not.
Wow. All right, a brief interlude from all that craziness. It is time for
it's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, we are playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Chesapeake Bay Sox at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania on Sunday, August 16th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. Henry, you're up.
Yeah, Dom. So it's a side question. We're asking for things you associate with the great outdoors. And
yes.
I think one of the things is, you might see trees of green, red roses too.
Mm-hmm.
I see them bloom for me and for you. I think to myself, what a wonderful world when I'm out in the great outdoors.
Is this a cover of Louis Armstrong?
Yeah, so you nailed it. You got me. This is going to be what a wonderful world. But it's not going to be Louis Armstrong.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's going to be a cover version of Louis Armstrong.
My God.
And man, do I have a cover for you.
Oh, boy.
So this cover artist, you know him more as an actor rather than a singer, but his passion is singing. As a matter of fact, he got his start singing. He was singing in the 50s out in New Jersey, and that's when he introduced songwriter Bob Gaudio to Tommy DeVito and Frankie Valli, helping launch Frankie Valli's career. And in that, also, he produced I lost it here. Anyway, he produced a few plays, a of his own and few musicals before taking on acting roles and becoming one of the best-known actors, I'd say, of the 80s and 90s before retiring to focus more on the music and then coming out of retirement again in 2019 to work with his old friend Martin Scorsese. So I want to know who this actor is covering What a Wonderful World here.
Okie doke.
Let's take a listen. Yeah, if you can believe it, this iconic movie actor really prefers to sing. I don't know if he's got the best singing voice, but he's got a definitely distinguished voice, a unique voice. Want to know who this is covering What a Wonderful World.
All right, hit us with that, and you'll be a winner and off to see the Reading Phillies, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that when spring showers are coming down so hard it seems like Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears, you'll be glad you called us to clear your blocked drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book horizonservices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
As our nation marks 250 years of independence, the opportunity to grow your financial future is now. Open a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union and combine everyday spending convenience with the opportunity to earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Want to grow your savings even further? Explore our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Get started at firstharvestcu.com/growth checking. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com.
That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, a very intriguing cover today. Let's hear it.
Iconic actor, iconic voice. Want to know who it is?
All right, let's go to Al in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Al, good afternoon.
Hey, afternoon, Dom.
Yes, what's your answer, Al?
Oh, Joe Pesci. I'm sorry.
Nicely done.
All right. Yeah, now Joe Pesci has covered a lot of songs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's
it's
his
amazing.
passion. His passion's music.
Yeah.
And he only came out of retirement of that music career to be in The Irishman, directed by Martin Scorsese.
Are you buying Joe Pesci as the tough guy in Casino?
No, not standing at 5'4". I'm not.
No, exactly. They thump that guy when he takes a pen out on the guy and they kill him. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, he's the biggest tough guy there because he's small and he's Mondani might stand a chance.
I don't think so,
I don't know about that. They'd have a bench press contest.
Even Joe Pesci now.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, just on Fox, John Fetterman talking about, in his words, an orgy of socialism is happening inside the Democrat Party. The orgy of socialism. All right, that's what we're seeing play out. And they'll get another one tonight. I think the woman in Colorado in Congress, the primary tonight, has had 13 terms or something. And I've been telling you about the woman opposing her. We played some sound for her. She's right out of the book. I think she'll win. And tomorrow we'll hear, well, it's not just New York. Socialism can win anywhere. That's what you're going to be hearing. All right, let's take it on as we head to the midterms. The midterms, I go day by day, and the odds on Republicans, because I just don't see the urgency, don't see the issue, are not overwhelmingly good. But people hate the Democrats. We have the redistricting. We have the Supreme Court decision on the Voter Rights Act. And we have these socialists that are so prominent. You put them all together, and this is going to come down to a few seats as far as who wins the Congress. And you know what that means, the difference in this. And the Tom Kaine seat, we've been talking about it today, over in Jersey is one of them. He's back now working, and he said depression was the reason that he was out. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention, just to put the stake in the ground. Through different sources, I haven't gone to my main source yet. Henry, have you seen the story of this guy and the girlfriend getting into it by the Liberty Bell? The police stop him. She's got a fraudulent ID. Everything comes back to Kensington. And it's a woman who disappeared from Kensington 3 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So they put the two of them in separate rooms like in The Wire. I don't know who gave up whom.
Mm-hmm.
But they talk about a house over in Chew in Front or Chew in Albany. Same place, but however you square it. And they go there and they say there's an awful lot of blood in this house. Now, we've had Gary Heineck. We had the Harrison guy, serial killers, big time.
Yeah.
And the reason they got away with it in these unsafe, crazy neighborhoods, people are just trying to survive. They're not noticing the Heineck thing was international. He got the death penalty. Last one, I think, in Pennsylvania, actually executed. So the issue is the Inquirer reports finally, the Philadelphia police say they will be excavating the yards and the house in coming weeks. My question is, why are they not doing it right now?
Oh, man.
And I'll tell you what I think the reason is. They don't want to rain on the parade of all these things that are out there. And I understand that. But you have people that have lost relatives. God knows what's there. My best guess, based upon what I'm told, is I don't know about a Gary Heidnick, but there's something there that is substantial.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As soon as Kensington's involved, the woman involved, that's how it worked before. Heidnick had somebody who could help him get him. I mean, he taught, I forget the number of women. I'd have to look it up. And the Harrison guy, it was at least 7, I think was after Heidnick, went to jail. Was it Harrison, Marty, Graham? Why is Graham sticking out of my mind? So he got life. Heidnick decided to take the death penalty. That's the only reason he got the death penalty. And he stood up and he was saluting the judge. He did that every day when they walked in. So the death penalty can be done, but Heidnick had to say, and I'm sure Josh Shapiro would say, well, of course we're not going to do the death penalty here. We're never going to do it, no matter what. Watch for this. It could break at any time. I think they ought to be excavating it today. We're not on July 4th yet or anything. They ought to be going through that house. And I think the police would, is my point. The only report is a lot of blood they found.
Ugh.
I don't know if they've matched it. Is it different people or whatever? But given we've seen this before, wouldn't you want to get to the bottom of it and tell loved ones if somebody was killed there, at least there's finality? And I get it. You know, it's the feel-good time here. FIFA and everything else. 4th of July, America 250. Can it wait? I think it's a bad thing if you take police work and start to say, well, let's just put it off. I think you're better off just doing what you ordinarily would do. Follow the book. If you do that, then you're fine. You start putting stuff off, start going down this path. So my main police source, I haven't even asked yet. I'm not sure if he knows because it's pretty hush-hush, although the media is asking some of this. And the Heidnick case was, people obviously saying, well, how could this go on for years? How could he lure all these people there, rape them, kill them, unbelievably? And then we had another guy after that. Well, in these neighborhoods, the police can't be everywhere. Krasner's there. God knows what people see or don't see. We don't have close-knit neighborhoods before, Henry, to the point where we're talking about with savesies. So where Heidnick lived, I don't think you were talking to Gary Heidnick. You see Gary Heidnick coming, you're saying, okay, you're walking to the other side.
Yeah, I didn't realize this guy was an inspiration for Buffalo Bill in The Silence of the Lambs.
Ah.
Because he had a pit in his basement.
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh.
And the other guy might have murdered more. I don't know which one. It just wasn't as colorful. But what's the name, Junior? To come to me, the attorney, big-time attorney, defended him and couldn't stop him. He said he wanted the death penalty. He obviously did it. Okay, Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
You think so?
There you go.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
For the side answer, my conception of the great outdoors is to sail the full length of the Mississippi River to its completion in the Gulf of America.
What are you, Huck Finn of Exton here, Joe?
Today, yes.
I can see the bear toad and corncob pipe and Joe rolling down there. Well, Aeneas would have made a right turn here, but the Odyssey would have gone left. That is a good one, Joe. That is a great outdoors. It is.
Good call.
Yeah, anytime I get the opportunity on this, it is so scurrilous. I still think, arguably, I get To Kill a Mockingbird. I think, and I've taught Huckleberry Finn when I was teaching. Huckleberry Finn is a great American novel. I know the language, but I also know the entire driving point of this is Huck Finn seeing Jim as less than human, let's put it that way, and by the end, seeing Jim as a man. That's the whole point, beautifully done. Everybody loves the travel story, as Joe just said, down the Mississippi, and all the adventures and all that stuff. Can't do that. Well, some people, we had this, Haverford, I think it was, wouldn't allow To Kill a Mockingbird because they said it was a white savior syndrome. Now, I've been called a white savior by somebody out in Delaware County in the last week. with Alante Macaulay. It's endless. What book can you read? What book is a great American novel? All right, coming to your calls. That's a good one. Something or somebody associated with the great outdoors.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
The June heat is here and Philadelphia humidity is officially on the rise. Don't wait for the AC to start working overtime to realize the windows are failing. Call Window Nation now. During the June sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Upgrade the entire house and get half of those windows absolutely free. Plus, get started with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. The experts at Window Nation provide a weather-tight seal in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big on those utility bills. Schedule your fast, free consultation today at windownation.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As we celebrate 250 years of our nation's independence, over 6,000 crash-proof retirement clients like Rochelle Porto of Bucks County enjoy financial freedom from the pitfalls of Wall Street. They celebrate our nation's 250th birthday knowing all they worked for is protected and growing.
Independence Weekend, July 4th, we celebrate our nation's independence. I feel that same independence with crash-proof retirement because there's no fees, no risk, and growth every year. My principal has never gone down. I've always earned every year. Everything I've earned in that year creates a new principal, so I'm never going to lose what I actually put in. I've got the freedom to live out my dreams, and I've got the peace of mind to know that my retirement's going to go the way I want it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event taking place at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, July 22nd, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. The hot air mass continues to build across the Delaware Valley. Today we'll have plenty of sunshine, still not very humid, with a high of around 92. For tonight, partly cloudy, low 72 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs, and a heat warning goes in effect on Wednesday. Plenty of sunshine, hot and more humid, with a high 98.
Grow financial independence as the nation marks its 250th birthday with the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Checking Account. Earn 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Membership restrictions apply. Get details at firstharvestcu.com/growthchecking. Insured by NCUA.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it is Dom. Thanks. Hat tip to Mike Gibson on Twitter. It was Chuck Peruto Jr., who was the defense attorney for Gary Heidman. Talk about two colorful figures. Henry, if you Google Chuck Peruto Jr., just see one of the things that comes up with a bathtub and all. You'll see pretty colorful cases. I get them on. If this breaks, that there's something there, then just a lot of blood that the police see so far. By the way, our friend, little Congressman Brian Boyle, on Twitter says, admittedly, I'm not a big WNBA fan and won't be until Philly gets a team. But it's just bizarre to me that they don't market the one player they have who attracts so many fans, and that's Caitlin Clark. It's so strange. I remember the way the NBA marketed Jordan to the hilt. Well, Kevin, another tweet for you. What's your theory on that? Why would they marketing her? She'll be lucky if she gets out of there alive. And the Arizona Diamondbacks have invited, I think it's tonight. Yeah, this was from Twitter today. Alicia Thomas, who at least held her hand on Caitlin Clark's throat in that scrum. They've asked Thomas, to throw out the first pitch tonight, treating her like a hero. Look, if they want to endorse women's basketball, have one of their big players throw out a first pitch, I would argue now might not be the time to do it, given what's going on. It might be common sense and say, hey, let a week go by. Let's see some more games. Let's see what happens. Because when you get to throw out the first pitch, it is a real honor. So maybe the Diamondbacks are in the camp that thinks this is not anything that's a big deal. Well, now this one's a little bit old. I may stop it, Henry, after about a minute. Here are the ladies on The View. This is June 2024. The View's Sunny Hostin, who sits on the Players Association board, she defends WNBA players targeting Caitlin Clark for physical attacks because she's white, pretty, and not a lesbian. And Whoopi says these women want to whoop you. They're physical. We're only mad because women can't be physical. Here's how it sounded.
Let's be realistic, okay? This is basketball, okay? This happens in basketball all the time. Angel Reese got with a clothesline the other day. I mean, this is, these are not like, here's the ball. This is get out the way or I'm gonna move you. That's what the game is. So a lot of people, however, are reading this as confrontation. But this is not, they're not playing on the court. They're there to win. Oh. And just because they're women, get over yourselves. Yeah. They're athletes.
They're athletes. And I love that you say that, right? And
yeah.
What I love is that this is maybe the 5th time on this show or more that we're talking about the WNBA, guys.
Why are you talking about it?
Right? And,
it's been 17 years since I've been here.
Since you've been here, and I've been on the board only since 2015, but 18. But I will say this. It is a contact sport.
Yeah.
And it's not dainty play, okay? When you're sitting there and when you're watching, sometimes when that happens, you think, oh, wow, I couldn't take it. You've got, a guard that's 6 foot. You've got a big that's 6'7". You've got Brittany Griner, 7 feet. These are the women that are playing. They're exceptional athletes. And I want to talk about that Angel Reese, because this, what happened with Caitlin Clark, which was clearly a flagrant foul, and it got upgraded to a flagrant, which it should have. The week prior, Angel Reese got hammered. Yeah. I mean, the foul was determined to be a flagrant 2, and Thomas, her opponent, was automatically ejected.
All right. So, again, Henry, I'll throw the ball to you here, so to speak. I like basketball, the old time, you're able to pick, you're able to put your hands, able to do that. This is the most recent, is just an example. This is different. And little Brendan Boyle ought to ask himself that. Yeah, this is this is bigger than Michael Jordan. I mean, NBA basketball was already big. He did bring it back, no doubt. And Michael Jordan. But the WNBA was laughable. Now, some of her games, they have to go to a bigger arena. They won't even put her on posters many times. There's always disputes. She's not on the All-Star thing, this or that or the other. It is crazy.
It is crazy in that regard. Like, yeah, I don't think Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner of the WNBA, does a very good job marketing. You could say more than Caitlin Clark. I don't think she does a good job marketing any of their stars.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, I do think that they would, the WNBA would be better if they officiated their games better. Because, I mean, you see in that clip, not even, it's not even just Caitlin Clark. Like, these girls are beating the snot out of each other. Nothing gets called, and everyone wants to cry, about racial this and that. I mean, maybe that's what they're going for. Maybe that, now that I'm saying it, maybe it's saying it out loud, maybe that is what they're going for.
When you
they
have
want
your
people to
hand-
talk about it in a racial way and not necessarily a basketball way, because the racial way gets more people talking.
True.
Gets people on The View talking, gets people on ESPN talking about race. Maybe that's what they're going for. But as far as a basketball product, no, it stinks in that regard. It really does.
If you have your hand on someone's throat, and that's still.
Yeah, and then again, if you're someone on the Indiana Fever and they're choking out your star player, you got to go over and say something. You got to do something. Like Sophie Cunningham, is great at being like the bad girl, quote unquote. But when those things happen, she's MIA. But she'll, all the other times, if there's a hard foul or something, she'll point, she'll gloat, she'll do her thing. But when they need her to defend the cash cow, they're not doing it.
And it is amazing. The beautiful part, it's put it on the map. They got a big deal. All of that happens. Then you see some of these other players, how good they are. But the ladies on The View, once again, is there a subject that they're really deeply knowledgeable about? The answer would be no.
No, that's the beauty of a variety show. You talk vaguely about something for 5 minutes, and then you move to commercial and then come back.
It's always vague. Let's go to Bob in Broomall on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bob.
How are you, Don? And Don, thanks an awful lot for having me on to say just a few things. I'll make it kind of short. I want to let you know how proud I am to be an American and to be able to celebrate the 4th of July. I'm so excited for it, and I'm so happy for it. And but however, I don't understand what is going on with the Democrats, why they are not going to celebrate. There's, I think, maybe 27% may attend some of the festivals. I don't quite understand that. All I'm hearing is negatives from them, how they hate this country, the wiping their hands on the flag and chanting death to America. Just to name a few. And I think that the Democrats would rather lose this country, especially now with the socialism, communism, and everything what they're standing for, rather than back this country when we really need them. It probably has a lot to do with paychecks here, I think. But anyway, we stopped them from defacing the statues. President Trump put that 10-year prison sentence on them, and I think it slowed it down or stopped it pretty good. Why, Dom, I'm asking you, because I don't know the answer to this, why can't something be done to stop all of this rhetoric in this country?
Well, it is freedom of speech, and Bob, I don't mind them doing that as long as everybody can hear it, because it's a loser politically. Your position, how you feel, how I feel, listeners feel, moving toward July 4th, the lottery ticket of lottery tickets, being born in America, there's nothing like it that can compare in any way, shape, or form. That is winning political, because it's the moral and correct position. And by doing this, they are going to harm themselves. The smarter ones know it, but they're powerless to stop it. Thank you, Bob. Great call. We may have to do something like that on July 3rd. I think Alante will be on July 2nd, and we'll ask, as we head toward, it is so tepid what's happened with America 250. It is unbelievable. Just the whole wrangle on not having enough people be able to perform. I'm not a big fan of President Trump doing another rally, around this. I think the rally will be pushing back on Democrats. That's always fine. But I interviewed today Alfonso from Dancing with the Stars, and we talked about what they're doing in Washington. It is incredible, the acts they have and the patriotic moments they have, and Gary Sinise, people like that, and honoring the military. So let me ask, Sherelle Parker, could you honor one person that's in the military, something like that, on July 4th? Somebody in some way, shape, or form? Or is it always you're just celebrating a party in Philadelphia? It is disgraceful. You should know better. This whole operation should know better. And I still don't understand how Patti LaBelle is going to be in Washington, but she doesn't rate enough to be here in Philadelphia. That's one of the principal figures to me. Henry, I still may have that number. I may have to get her on.
All right.
Get that shrimp recipe. 855-839-1210. Zenos and the crew are next. Lightning Round, Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that is right. Let's go to Zenos here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom, and happy 4th of July to everybody out there, to you and Ro and everybody there. And we'll throw in a happy Hanukkah and a Merry Christmas, too.
Why not?
Absolutely. Diwali, too. Throw that in. Yeah.
Yeah, Diwali, whatever that is. But yeah, we'll throw that in, too. Dom, real fast, I want to make a comment, about people being born here. Well, when these people are born here, the mother or the father, they get up, take the baby and go back to China or wherever it is they come from, and the kid will have no experience of being an American. And then they'll want that kid to come here so they can bring a bunch of chain migration. I personally think, Don, that the Supreme Court made a big mistake. It wasn't designed for that. My mother was born here, and she was raised in Greece, but she had no choice. It was because of the Second World War breaking out.
Right.
There was no jumping on TWA flying back here. And she got caught there, her and my grandmother. And my cousins, her brothers and everything were here in America. But, she was willing to come back here, and it's evident to that. And that's what it is. That's a big mistake the Supreme Court made, Don.
Well, she did nice work with you, Zenos. You are really a patriotic American.
I am, Dom. I always have my flags. I have them in my car, and right in the middle there, I got the Greek flag and 2 American flags left and right. And there's one in there. The middle is the Greek flag, and I got to be proud of my ancestry.
Well, is there any music in that car absorbing the Greek, though? I'm just asking.
You know what? I did have the one with Masakela guy, but I don't play. I'm not much into that, but, Zorba the Greek was nice, and, how it goes on and on and on and on. But, nah, Dom, I'm an American. I love my ancestry, but I'm an American. And the side question, it's a big organization. They've been around for a long time, Dom. It's LL Bean from Maine with that crazy Nazi guy from up there, but the heck with him. He's not an American. But
Gotcha, Zeno. So LL Bean, something that's outdoorsy, is what we're looking for. By the way, they don't like air conditioning, but a Paris deputy minister blames us for deaths in France with the big heat wave. Usually it happens in France in August when the whole country shuts down for 6 weeks. And deaths were piling up one year, and they refused to come back from vacation. How are we responsible? Get Pope Leo on that. Get the bat phone. All right, Michael in Wilmington, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir? Another great show.
Thank you.
I have to say real quick, a very difficult day for me with all these rulings. Don't want to take up a lot of time because you spent time on it, but very difficult hearing all 3 of these rulings that came out of the Supreme Court. Big disappointment for me.
Yeah, and this pattern of Amy Coney Barrett and the alliance with John Roberts. I mean, if I were president, Michael, I'm not going to sleep tonight till I have everybody in there, and we're going to go back over how we chose Amy Coney Barrett. Why did we not see this?
I know, Dom, it just feels like after this ruling, it's like another almost indirect way of illegal immigration. Get them all in. It just continues in a different way, and it's just sickening to me. But I'm going to get to my side here. No, we're short on time. My side is, the water had the creature, the Kraken. Well, the great outdoors and the forest has also a very mythical and legendary creature, the Sasquatch. Who could actually forget that guy? The Bigfoot running around, hairy guy, half man, half mythical humanoid. A lot of controversy around that guy, but it came out of the remote forest up in North America. So that's my side, Dom, the Sasquatch.
All right. Thank you very much. Bill in Montco next. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good, Bill.
I'll make this real quick. What typifies the outdoors, Lewis and Clark, as in the Lewis and Clark expedition that went through and saw the beauty that America is and everything it had to offer.
And the great name of Sacagawea, all-time name. Yeah,
absolutely. We can't forget her.
And the territory they covered and the fact they came out alive is amazing.
You got it.
All right, thank you, Bill. The Earl of Tacony, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Earl.
Hello, Dom. This may be a little bit before your time, but my answer is going to be Euell Gibbons, if anyone wants to look it up. Euell. He was Maha before Maha. Not only did he believe in eating natural foods, he believed in eating wild foods, where anything that was growing out in the wild. He could come to your house, look at your lawn, and anything you thought was a weed, he could find the edible ones and would actually be able to eat the plants that are growing on your lawn. He used to do ads for grape nuts, and one of his lines that they used to make fun of him about was, "It tastes like wild hickory nuts."
Nice touch. Lance in South Philly. So, Lance, we got the citizenship thing today, but I'm centered on the Rittenhouse Sunoco, still at $4.99 and 9/10.
I was past there yesterday, and it's still there.
Wow.
They haven't brought it down.
Yep.
Wow. They haven't brought it down. And, a friend of mine's cousin, Gary Heidner, pulled one of her teeth out. She's lucky to be alive.
Okay. Oh, my God. Yeah, so, I hear what you're saying.
He demanded to be executed.
Yeah.
He was the last execution. He demanded to be executed.
Yeah, that's the only way we got an execution. Lance, something is up, though. They ought to be excavating that today, not weeks from now.
No, they want. They. It's just like when they put up the black bunks on the expressway at a Wilson Park housing project. They don't want anybody to see anything going on until after the soccer's over. Then we'll dig until Groundhog Day next year.
Absolutely. What's your side, Lance?
My side is how you going to go all these places if you don't have an ability to travel? The great outdoors is the Winnebago.
That's
with
a
all
good
the
one.
great bumper stickers on there. I saw Sasquatch. We went to Yosemite. I climbed Mount St. Helens. You know, you got to travel. The Winnebago is freedom. It's the ultimate outdoors. And plus, you bring your own bathroom. And I know you're a clean freak, Dom, so there's your answer.
Oh, my God.
boy.
Hitting all. Boy, the last 4 or 5 have been unbelievable. Ewell Gibbons. All right, Kirk, what do you say?
I'm going to go with Joe from Exxon was sailing the Mississippi River to the Gulf of America.
That was pretty big.
Yeah.
Henry, how about you?
That was a good answer. I liked Robert and Ben Salem's answer of hunting the mythical snipes.
Yes.
Tom and Rosemont with the scenic overlook. Michael and Wilmington with the Sasquatch. And, Lance and South Philly at the end there with the Winnebago. What else?
I got to say, the Winnebago moved me as good as Joe was with that and all the stickers and all that. All right.
Taking the inside thing that you put outside.
Yes. Yeah. Let's, right. Let's put Lance in there. I need a shower in the Winnebago, too, a nice, luxurious shower. I drove a giant 32-footer cross country for remotes. All right, the afternoon show is next. Being told to wrap it up. Oh, come on now. Dom Giordano show, noon until 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money.